The cupboard under the stairs had always been Harry Potter's world, but on this particular Tuesday morning in July, it felt more like a tomb. He pressed his ear against the wooden door, listening to the familiar sounds of the Dursley household awakening above him. Uncle Vernon's thunderous footsteps crossed the ceiling, followed by the high-pitched shriek of Aunt Petunia, calling for Dudley to get ready for his swimming lesson. 3 days. It had been 3 days since they had shoved him back into this cramped space, and the only sustenance he had received was a single glass of water pushed through the cat flap yesterday evening. His stomach had stopped growling hours ago, replaced by a hollow aching that made his vision swim when he tried to sit up. The spider in the corner, his only companion, seemed to regard him with what might have been sympathy. "Hello there," he whispered to the spider, his voice barely audible even to himself. "I suppose you think this is quite normal, living in small, dark places. But I bet your family doesn't lock you away when you make mistakes." The spider, of course, said nothing, but Harry found himself continuing the conversation anyway. It was better than the silence, better than thinking about the burning sensation in his chest every time he breathed, better than remembering what had happened 3 days ago. It had started with Dudley's monthly haircut. Aunt Petunia had been fussing over her precious son, trimming his blonde locks with the precision of a surgeon, when Harry had been ordered to sweep the hair clippings. He had been careful, so very careful. But when Dudley had started making faces at him behind Aunt Petunia's back, something inside Harry had twisted with anger and humiliation. He hadn't meant for it to happen. He never meant for the strange things to happen. But one moment Dudley was smirking at him with that cruel, piggish expression, and the next moment his carefully trimmed hair had grown back at an alarming rate, sprouting in wild directions until he looked like a demented scarecrow. Aunt Petunia had screamed, Uncle Vernon had roared, and Harry had found himself dragged to the cupboard by his ear, Uncle Vernon's meaty hands shaking with rage as he shoved the 8-year-old boy inside. "You freakish little monster," Uncle Vernon had bellowed, his face purple with fury. "We've been too soft on you, boy. Too lenient. Well, no more. You'll stay in there until you learn to control your unnaturalness, even if it takes a week." The lock had clicked with terrible finality, and Harry had been alone with his hunger and his fear ever since. Now, pressing his face against the cool wood of the door, Harry tried to ignore the way his hands were shaking. He had learned long ago that crying only made Uncle Vernon angrier, so he swallowed the tears that threatened to spill over and focused on the spider instead. "I think they've forgotten about me," he confided to his 8-legged friend. "Or maybe they remember and just don't care anymore. Do you think spiders get hungry, or do you just catch flies whenever you need them? That sounds rather convenient." Through the thin walls, he could hear the kitchen radio playing some cheerful morning program, the sounds of breakfast being prepared, normal family life continuing as if he didn't exist. The smell of bacon and eggs drifted under the door, making his empty stomach clench painfully. Uncle Vernon's voice rumbled through the house, discussing his day at the drill company with Aunt Petunia. Something about a big client, an important meeting, the possibility of a promotion. Harry closed his eyes and tried to imagine what it would be like to have someone care about his day, his future, his dreams. But he was being foolish. 8-year-olds who lived in cupboards didn't get to have dreams. The morning wore on with agonizing slowness. Harry dozed fitfully, his body too weak to stay fully awake, but too uncomfortable to find real rest. The cramped space meant he couldn't stretch his legs properly, and sleeping sitting up with his knees drawn to his chest had left him with a permanent ache in his back. It was sometime in the afternoon, when the voices in the kitchen took on a different quality. Harry pressed his ear more firmly against the door, straining to hear over the sound of his own heartbeat. "I'm telling you, Petunia," Uncle Vernon was saying, his voice lower than usual, but still carrying clearly. "The boy is getting worse. Did you see what he did to Dudley's hair? That wasn't natural. That was something else entirely." Aunt Petunia's voice was sharp with anxiety. "What are you suggesting, Vernon? We can't just get rid of him. People would ask questions. Would they, though? Uncle Vernon's tone sent a chill down Harry's spine. He's just a freak orphan that no one else wanted. Who's going to miss him if he just disappears one day? We could say he ran away. Troubled children do that all the time. The blood drained from Harry's face. They were talking about making him disappear. Permanently. There has to be another way, Aunt Petunia was saying, but her voice lacked conviction. Something more permanent than locking him up. Something that would stop the freakishness once and for all. I've been reading about military schools, Uncle Vernon continued, his voice taking on the satisfied tone he used when discussing particularly successful business deals. Tough places, the kind that break difficult children down and build them back up properly. Or there are those special hospitals for disturbed youth. Places where they use strong medicine to cure unnatural behaviors. Harry's breathing became shallow and rapid. He understood enough to know that Uncle Vernon wasn't talking about healing. He was talking about hurting, about changing Harry into something else entirely, or perhaps making sure he couldn't be anything at all. The conversation continued, but Harry could no longer make out individual words over the roaring in his ears. His chest felt tight, like invisible hands were squeezing his lungs, and dark spots danced at the edges of his vision. This wasn't just another punishment. This was the end of everything. As evening fell and the house grew quiet, Harry made a decision that would change everything. He couldn't stay here. He couldn't wait for Uncle Vernon to decide his fate. If he was going to disappear anyway, he would do it on his own terms. The cat flap. It was meant for Aunt Petunia's prize, Persian, Mrs. Norris. But Harry had always been small for his age. 3 days without food had made him even smaller. If he could just squeeze through. He waited until the house was completely silent, until even Uncle Vernon's thunderous snoring from upstairs had settled into a steady rhythm. Then, moving as quietly as his weakened body would allow, he approached the small rectangular opening at the bottom of the cupboard door. The metal edges bit into his shoulders as he pushed himself through, and for a terrifying moment he thought he might be stuck. But hunger had made him thin, and desperation gave him strength. With a final push, he tumbled onto the hallway floor, free for the first time in 3 days. The house felt enormous around him after the confines of the cupboard. Every creak of the floorboard sounded like thunder in his ears, and he froze at each small noise, waiting for the sound of footsteps on the stairs. But the Dursleys slept on, oblivious to his escape. Moving like a ghost through his former prison, Harry gathered what few possessions he could call his own. His broken glasses, held together with tape. The oversized clothes that had once belonged to Dudley. A single photograph he had found years ago, creased and faded, showing a young woman with his own green eyes smiling at the camera. His mother. The only proof he had that someone, somewhere, had once loved him. As he crept toward the front door, Harry caught sight of himself in the hallway mirror. The boy looking back at him was a stranger, hollow-cheeked and wild-haired, with eyes too old and knowing for an 8-year-old face. His clothes hung off his frame like rags on a scarecrow, and there was a feverish brightness to his gaze that spoke of desperation and determination in equal measure. The front door opened with a soft click, and Harry stepped out into the pre-dawn darkness of Privet Drive. The air was cool and sweet after the stale closeness of the cupboard, and for a moment he just stood there breathing deeply, marveling at the simple freedom of movement. But freedom was not safety, and safety was what he needed now. Uncle Vernon would discover his absence eventually, and when he did, his rage would be terrible to behold. Harry needed to be far away before that happened. The suburban streets of Little Whinging stretched out before him like a maze, identical houses with perfectly manicured lawns disappearing into the morning mist. Harry had rarely been allowed outside, except for school, and even then Aunt Petunia had always been there to watch him with suspicious eyes. Now, alone and directionless, the world felt impossibly vast. He chose a direction at random and began walking, his bare feet silent on the cold pavement. Each step took him further from the only home he had ever known, and despite everything that had happened there, leaving was still terrifying. At least in the cupboard he had known what to expect. Out here, anything could happen. The sky was beginning to lighten when exhaustion finally forced Harry to stop. His legs felt like jelly, and the hollow ache in his stomach had transformed into sharp, stabbing pains. He found a small park with a bench tucked away behind some bushes and collapsed onto it, pulling his too large jacket around himself like a shield. As the sun rose over Little Whinging, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Harry Potter closed his eyes and tried to imagine what came next. He was 8 years old, alone in the world, with no money, no food, and no one who cared whether he lived or died. But he was alive. Against all odds, despite everything Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had done to him, he was still breathing, still thinking, still hoping, and perhaps, in a world where boys could make hair grow with their minds and survive 3 days without food, perhaps there was magic enough left for one more miracle. The thought came to him suddenly, unbidden and strange. What if the freakish things that happened around him weren't really freakish at all? What if they were something else entirely? Something wonderful and impossible and meant just for him? What if there was a place in the world where boys like Harry Potter belonged? As the morning traffic began to stir around him, Harry rose from the bench with new determination burning in his chest. He didn't know where he was going, but for the first time in his life, he was the one choosing the direction. And that, perhaps, was magic enough to start with. The spider in the cupboard under the stairs was left to wonder what had become of its young companion, but spiders, being practical creatures, simply went back to catching flies. After all, the world was full of dark corners, and there would always be new stories to witness in the shadows. But this particular story was just beginning, and it would take Harry Potter far beyond the narrow confines of Privet Drive, into a world where magic was real and families were chosen, and 8-year-old boys could discover that they were worth saving after all. The journey to that world would begin with a single step into the unknown, taken by bare feet on cold pavement, guided by nothing more than hope and the fierce determination to survive. And perhaps that was the most powerful magic of all. The letter arrived on a crisp September morning, delivered by an owl whose elegant bearing and pristine white plumage suggested origins far more sophisticated than the typical postbirds that serviced London's magical community. Harry had been practicing advanced transfiguration exercises in the goblin training chambers, with Ember perched nearby, offering encouragement through melodic trills, and Luna observing from her customary position of feline superiority. Director Ragnarok examined the letter's wax seal with obvious interest before presenting it to Harry with movements that spoke of significant ceremony. "Master Potter," he said, his voice carrying unusual formality, "this bears the seal of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France. Given our recent discussions about your educational options, I suspect this correspondence may prove quite relevant to your future plans." Harry accepted the letter with hands that trembled slightly, aware that whatever it contained might represent the next phase of his journey toward independence and self-determination. The seal was elaborate, featuring what appeared to be crossed wands, surrounded by elegant script in a language he did not immediately recognize. As he broke the seal and unfolded the parchment within, Harry found himself reading words that seemed almost too good to be true. "Monsieur Potter." The letter began in script so elegant, it appeared to have been written by an artist rather than a simple quill. "I am Madame Olympe Maxime, head mistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Word has reached me of your remarkable circumstances and your desire to pursue magical education outside the traditional British institutions." Harry looked up at Director Ragnarok, whose expression suggested that the goblin had been anticipating this development. "You contacted them?" Harry said, though it was more statement than question. Director Ragnok smiled with obvious satisfaction. "I took the liberty of making discreet inquiries," he confirmed. "Given your unique circumstances and the systematic failures you have experienced within British magical institutions, I believed it prudent to explore alternative educational arrangements." Harry returned his attention to the letter, his heart beating faster with each line he read. "After reviewing the circumstances surrounding your early life and the evidence of institutional failure that led to your current situation," Madame Maxime continued, "I am writing to extend a formal invitation for you to join our student body. Beauxbatons Academy has a long tradition of providing sanctuary and excellent education to magical children who have been failed by their home institutions." The letter went on to detail the Academy's approach to magical education, emphasizing individual development rather than standardized curriculum, mentoring relationships between students and faculty, and a commitment to nurturing each student's unique magical gifts rather than forcing them into predetermined molds. "We are particularly intrigued by reports of your exceptional magical development despite years of suppression and lack of formal training," the letter continued. "Our faculty includes specialists in trauma-informed magical education who have extensive experience helping students overcome the effects of abuse and neglect." Harry felt something tight in his chest begin to loosen as he read. Here was an institution that not only understood what he had experienced, but had developed specific expertise in helping students like him heal and thrive. But it was the final paragraph that truly captured his imagination. "Should you choose to accept our invitation, you would be enrolled as a special student with a customized curriculum designed to address both your advanced magical abilities and your unique educational needs. You would be paired with a faculty mentor who specializes in working with exceptionally gifted students who have experienced trauma, and you would have access to resources that extend far beyond our standard curriculum." Director Ragnok watched Harry's face as he finished reading, his expression carrying the particular satisfaction of someone who had anticipated exactly this reaction. "What do you think, Master Potter?" he asked. "Does Beauxbatons Academy sound like the kind of educational environment that would serve your needs and goals?" Harry looked down at the letter again, reading certain passages twice to ensure he had understood them correctly. "They want me," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "Not because of my fame, or because they feel obligated to help me, but because they think I have potential worth developing." "Precisely," Director Ragnok confirmed. "Madame Maxime is renowned throughout the European magical community for her ability to identify and nurture exceptional talent, particularly in students whose circumstances have been less than ideal." He gestured toward another document that lay on his desk, this one bearing official seals and stamps that spoke of legal significance. "I have also taken the liberty of researching the legal mechanisms that would be required to facilitate your enrollment," he continued. "As your current legal guardian, the Goblin Nation has the authority to make educational decisions on your behalf, including the selection of institutions outside British jurisdiction." Harry felt a flutter of excitement that was entirely unfamiliar to his previous experience. For 8 years, decisions about his education had been made by people who viewed his learning as an inconvenience at best, a threat at worst. Now, adults who genuinely cared about his development were working to provide him with opportunities that had been specifically designed for someone with his unique needs and circumstances. What would it mean? Harry asked, wanting to understand fully what such a dramatic change would entail. Living in France, attending a foreign magical school, being so far from everything I have come to know here. Director Ragnok's expression grew thoughtful. "It would mean freedom," he said simply. "Freedom from the expectations and prejudices of British magical society. Freedom from the influence of those who have failed you so completely. Freedom to develop your abilities and your character according to your own values rather than someone else's agenda." He paused, studying Harry's face carefully. "But it would also mean leaving behind the safety and support you have found here," he continued. "The goblin community has grown fond of you, Master Potter, and we would be sorry to see you go. However, we recognize that our resources, while considerable, are not specifically designed for the kind of magical education a wizard of your potential requires." Harry thought about this, weighing the security of his current situation against the promise of opportunities that seemed almost too wonderful to believe. Iron appeared in the doorway of Director Ragnarok's office, his timing suggesting that he had been waiting for this conversation to reach an appropriate moment for interruption. "May I speak with Harry privately for a moment?" Iron asked, his expression carrying the particular seriousness that marked their most important conversations. Director Ragnarok nodded and withdrew, leaving Harry alone with his closest friend among the goblin community. Iron settled into the chair across from Harry, his expression mixing excitement with something that might have been sadness. "I have heard about the letter from Beauxbatons," he said without preamble, "and I think you should accept their invitation." Harry looked at his friend with surprise, having expected Iron to encourage him to remain where he was safe and supported. "You think I should leave?" Harry said, unable to keep a note of hurt from his voice. Iron smiled with obvious affection. "I think you should grow," he replied, "and growth requires challenges that push you beyond your current capabilities and comfort zones. Beauxbatons Academy can offer you things that we cannot, opportunities to develop relationships with other magical students your own age, exposure to magical traditions and approaches that extend far beyond what any single community can provide." He leaned forward, his expression growing more serious. "But more than that, Harry, I think you need to escape the shadow of what was done to you here in Britain," he continued. "Every day you remain in this country, you are surrounded by reminders of the people and institutions that failed you. In France, you could begin fresh, define yourself according to your own choices rather than in reaction to your past experiences." Harry considered this perspective, recognizing the wisdom in Iron's observations. "What about our friendship?" Harry asked quietly. "What about everything we have built together here?" Iron's smile grew warmer. "Friendship is not limited by geography," he said firmly. "Letters, visits, shared experiences during holidays and summers. If anything, the temporary separation might help you develop other relationships, while ensuring that what we have built remains strong, precisely because it was chosen, rather than simply convenient." That evening, as Harry sat in his quarters, surrounded by his magical companions and the books that had become his constant companions, he found himself composing a letter of response to Madame Maxime. The words came slowly at first, but with increasing confidence as he began to articulate thoughts and feelings that had been building since his first days of freedom. "Dear Madame Maxime," he began, taking care that his script was as legible as he could manage. "Thank you for your letter and your generous invitation to join the student body of Beauxbatons Academy. After careful consideration and extensive discussion with my advisors, I am writing to formally accept your offer." He paused, thinking about how to explain his circumstances without dwelling unnecessarily on the painful details. "You mentioned in your letter that you are aware of the circumstances that led to my current situation," he continued. "While I prefer not to focus extensively on past difficulties, I want you to know that I am committed to using my educational opportunities to develop the knowledge and skills necessary to help other magical children who may find themselves in similar circumstances." The letter went on to detail his current magical abilities, his educational goals, and his hopes for what his time at Beauxbatons might accomplish. But it was the closing paragraph that felt most important to Harry. "I am not seeking escape from responsibility or challenge," he wrote. "Rather, I am seeking the kind of education that will prepare me to meet the responsibilities I have chosen for myself. I want to become someone who can stand against those who would exploit or abuse magical children, someone who can help reform the systems that allowed such abuse to continue for so long." As he sealed the letter and prepared it for morning delivery, Harry found himself thinking about the journey that had brought him to this moment. The boy who had fled Privet Drive in terror and desperation seemed like someone from another lifetime, but the experiences of that boy had shaped the young man who sat here now, someone with the courage to make difficult choices and the wisdom to seek out the resources he would need to achieve his goals. Ember settled on her perch with obvious contentment, her healing song providing a gentle counterpoint to Harry's thoughts. Through their bond, he could sense her approval of his decision, her understanding that growth sometimes required movement toward new challenges rather than remaining in comfortable familiarity. Luna appeared at his feet, her intelligent eyes reflecting awareness of the changes that were coming. The Kneasel hybrid had become an important part of his daily routine, her presence offering a different kind of companionship than Ember's more mystical connection. The week that followed brought a flurry of activity as preparations were made for Harry's departure to France. Director Ragnarok handled the legal arrangements with characteristic efficiency, ensuring that Harry's guardianship status would be recognized by French magical authorities and that his access to his inheritance would remain unimpeded by international boundaries. Iron helped him select books and materials that would serve as bridges between his goblin education and the curriculum he would encounter at Beauxbatons. Their conversations during this period took on a particular intensity, as if both friends were trying to compress months of future discussions into the limited time they had remaining. It was during one of these conversations that Iron made an observation that would stay with Harry for years to come. "You know," he said, as they sat in the Goblin Library for what might be the last time for many months, "when you first arrived here, you were someone who had been acted upon by others, someone whose life had been shaped entirely by forces beyond your control." Harry nodded, remembering the frightened, desperate boy who had stumbled into the magical world seeking nothing more than basic survival. "But now," Iron continued, "you are someone who makes choices, who shapes circumstances, rather than simply reacting to them. You are deciding your own educational path, defining your own goals, building relationships based on mutual respect, rather than dependency." He paused, his expression growing thoughtful. "That transformation is perhaps the most powerful magic you have accomplished," he concluded. "The magic of becoming someone who can choose their own destiny, rather than accepting whatever destiny others would impose upon them." The morning of Harry's departure dawned clear and bright, with the kind of crisp autumn air that seemed to promise new beginnings and fresh possibilities. The portkey that would transport him to Beauxbatons was a simple silver compass that had been enchanted to activate at precisely 10 o'clock, and Harry found himself checking it repeatedly as the appointed time approached. Director Ragnarok presented him with a final gift, a small medallion that bore the seal of Gringotts and would serve as both identification and protection during his time in France. "This will ensure that you have access to goblin services regardless of your location," he explained as he fastened the chain around Harry's neck. "More importantly, it will serve as a reminder that you have a home here, a place where you will always be welcome, regardless of how far your travels may take you." Iron's farewell was more emotional than either of them had anticipated. The goblin who had become Harry's closest friend and most trusted advisor struggled to maintain his characteristic composure as the moment of departure approached. "Learn everything you can," Iron said, his voice thick with emotion. "Grow into the person you are meant to become. And remember that friendship transcends distance, that the bonds we have built will remain strong regardless of how many miles separate us." Harry felt tears threatening as he embraced his friend, overwhelmed by gratitude for everything Iron had given him during his time among the goblins. "Thank you," Harry whispered. "For everything. For showing me that I was worth teaching, worth caring about, worth investing in. I will never forget what you have done for me." As the portkey activated, and the familiar surroundings of Gringotts began to blur and fade, Harry found himself looking forward rather than back, The boy who had once been trapped in a cupboard under the stairs was about to begin a new chapter of his life, one that he had chosen for himself based on his own goals and values. Beauxbatons Academy awaited, along with opportunities for growth and learning that would have been unimaginable just months earlier. The journey toward becoming someone who could protect other magical children was far from complete. But with each choice he made, with each step he took toward independence and self-determination, Harry Potter was becoming someone worthy of the trust and affection that had been offered to him by friends, both human and goblin. The magic of transformation was not accomplished in a single dramatic moment, but rather through thousands of small choices, each one building toward a future that was finally, truly his own to shape. The portkey deposited Harry in a meadow that seemed to have been lifted directly from a fairy tale, complete with wildflowers that swayed in impossibly perfect harmony, and a distant chateau that gleamed like something carved from pearl and starlight. The transition from the familiar marble corridors of Gringotts to this pastoral paradise was so dramatic that for a moment Harry simply stood still, overwhelmed by the sheer beauty of his new surroundings. Ember immediately took flight from his shoulder, circling overhead with obvious delight at the open space and clear air. Her song seemed to harmonize with sounds that Harry was only beginning to identify as emanating from the chateau itself, a subtle melody that spoke of centuries of accumulated magic and wisdom. Luna emerged from the travel carrier that had protected her during the portkey journey, her intelligent eyes surveying their new environment with characteristic feline assessment. After a few moments of careful observation, she seemed to approve, settling into a comfortable position at Harry's feet with the particular satisfaction of a cat who had found acceptable new territory. "Welcome to Beauxbatons Academy," said a voice that carried the warmth of genuine hospitality, mixed with undeniable authority. Harry turned to see a woman who matched every description he had ever heard of Madame Olympe Maxime, though seeing her in person was still something of a shock. She stood nearly 12 feet tall, with an elegance that made her extraordinary height seem natural rather than unusual, and her robes were cut from fabric that seemed to capture and reflect the afternoon sunlight in subtle patterns. "Monsieur Potter," she continued, approaching with movements that were surprisingly graceful given her size, "I am Madame Maxime, and I cannot tell you how pleased I am that you have accepted our invitation to join our community." Her English was accented but perfect, and her smile carried the particular warmth that Harry had learned to associate with adults who genuinely cared about children's welfare rather than simply tolerating their presence. The journey was comfortable, Harry said, finding his voice and remembering the manners that Iron had been so careful to teach him. "Thank you for arranging the portkey, and for all the preparations you have made on my behalf." Madame Maxime's expression grew thoughtful as she studied his face, and Harry had the sense that she was seeing far more than his physical appearance. "You have grown much since the reports we received about your circumstances," she observed. "Not just physically, though that is certainly evident, but in confidence and self-possession. The goblins clearly provided you with excellent care during your time with them." Harry nodded, feeling a familiar tightness in his chest when he thought about the friends he had left behind. "They saved my life," Harry said simply, "not just from immediate danger, but from the kind of despair that might have destroyed me permanently. They taught me that I was worth caring about, worth educating, worth investing in." Madame Maxime's expression grew warm with approval. "That is precisely the foundation we hope to build upon here at Beauxbatons," she said. "Come, let us show you to your new home." The chateau was even more magnificent up close than it had appeared from the meadow. The architecture seemed to blend French elegance with magical functionality, creating spaces that were both beautiful and practical. Gardens surrounded the main building in carefully planned arrangements that included plants Harry had never seen before, many of them glowing with subtle magical energy. Beauxbatons Academy was founded on the principle that magical education should nurture the whole person, Madame Maxime explained, as they walked through corridors lined with portraits that seemed more alive than any Harry had encountered, even in the magical world. We believe that students learn best when they feel safe, valued, and challenged to grow beyond their current limitations. Harry found himself nodding, recognizing in her words the educational philosophy he had been hoping to find. The student dormitories were unlike anything he had experienced. Rather than the institutional atmosphere he had expected, his assigned quarters felt more like a comfortable apartment designed specifically for someone his age. The main room included space for both study and relaxation, with windows that looked out over gardens and distant mountains. A smaller adjoining room contained everything Ember would need, including a perch positioned to catch the morning sunlight and access to an outdoor balcony where she could fly freely. "Your roommates will be joining you shortly," Madame Maxime explained, as Harry examined his new surroundings. "Henri Delacour is a second-year student whose family has attended Beauxbatons for generations. Gabriel Martinez comes to us from Spain and shares your interest in protective magic. François Dubois is a transfer student from a smaller academy in Belgium, and like you, he has had to overcome challenging circumstances to reach this point." The care with which she described his future roommates suggested that their placement together had been thoughtfully planned rather than simply convenient. "Your first classes will begin tomorrow morning," she continued, "but tonight we have arranged a small reception to help you become acquainted with some of the other students and faculty members who will be working with you." As evening approached, Harry found himself in the chateau's main dining hall, which managed to be both grand and welcoming. The ceiling was enchanted to reflect the sky outside, but unlike the overwhelming vastness of the great hall at Hogwarts that he had seen in pictures, this space felt intimate and personal. His roommates proved to be exactly the kind of companions he had been hoping for. Henri Delacour was perhaps 11 years old, with the confident bearing of someone raised in magical society, but without the arrogance that Harry had learned to expect from privileged magical children. When they were introduced, Henry's first question was about Ember, and his obvious knowledge of Phoenix lore immediately established common ground for conversation. "Your familiar bond is extraordinary," Henry said, as Ember perched on the back of Harry's chair, preening contentedly in the warm atmosphere of acceptance. "Most students do not develop such partnerships until their third or fourth year, and even then, Phoenix bonds are exceptionally rare." Gabriel Martinez was perhaps a year older than Harry, with dark hair and serious eyes that seemed to hold depths of experience beyond his apparent age. When he spoke, it was with the careful precision of someone who had learned that words could have significant consequences. "I have heard about your circumstances from Madame Maxime," Gabriel said, his voice carrying genuine sympathy rather than mere curiosity. "My own path to Beauxbatons involved escaping from people who did not understand or appreciate magical abilities. Perhaps we can help each other navigate the challenges of building new lives in a place where we are actually wanted." François Dubois was the oldest of the group, perhaps 13, with the particular awareness that came from having experienced both good and bad educational environments. His smile was warm but cautious, and Harry sensed that he had learned to evaluate adults carefully before trusting them. "The thing about Beauxbatons," François explained as they shared the evening meal, "is that they actually mean what they say about nurturing individual potential. The professors here do not try to force you into predetermined molds, or compare you constantly to some idealized standard of magical achievement." He gestured toward the high table where faculty members were engaged in animated conversations with students from various year levels. "They want to understand who you are and what you need in order to grow," he continued. "It can be overwhelming at first, especially if you are accustomed to educational environments where your preferences and abilities were ignored or actively suppressed." Over the following days, Harry found himself settling into a routine that felt both challenging and supportive in ways that exceeded his most optimistic expectations. His classes were small, often no more than 6 or 7 students, and the instruction was personalized to address both his advanced abilities and the gaps in his knowledge that resulted from his unusual educational background. Professor Dubois, who taught advanced transfiguration, was particularly skilled at identifying areas where Harry's natural talent needed to be supported by solid theoretical understanding. Rather than simply praising his instinctive abilities, she worked with him to develop the analytical skills that would allow him to understand why certain approaches worked and others failed. "Your magical intuition is exceptional," she explained during one of their tutorial sessions. "But intuition without understanding can become a limitation rather than an asset. We want to help you develop both the knowledge and the analytical tools that will allow you to continue growing throughout your magical career." Professor Laurent, who oversaw his studies in magical creatures and familiar bonding, was fascinated by Harry's relationship with Ember and his natural affinity for non-human magical beings. Under his guidance, Harry began to understand the theoretical foundations of the bonds he had formed instinctively. Phoenix partnerships are among the most complex forms of magical symbiosis, Professor Laurent explained, as they observed Ember's interactions with the Academy's other magical creatures. The bond affects both partners on emotional, magical, and even spiritual levels. Understanding how to nurture and protect such relationships is essential for maximizing their potential benefits. But it was Professor Mercier, who taught magical ethics and history, who had perhaps the greatest impact on Harry's understanding of his own goals and values. Her classes were not simply academic exercises, but explorations of the complex moral questions that faced anyone with significant magical abilities. "Power without ethical grounding becomes corruption," she said during one particularly memorable lecture. "The history of the magical world is littered with examples of talented wizards who lost sight of their responsibilities to others and became threats to the very communities they should have been protecting." She looked directly at Harry as she continued, "Those who have experienced abuse and marginalization face particular challenges in developing healthy relationships with power. The temptation to use abilities to dominate others, to ensure that you are never again vulnerable to the kind of treatment you endured, can be overwhelming." Harry found himself nodding, recognizing the truth in her observations. There had been moments during his time among the goblins when he had imagined using his growing magical abilities to punish those who had harmed him, to ensure that the Dursleys and even Dumbledore faced consequences for their failures. "How do we resist those temptations?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about how to navigate the complex relationship between power and responsibility. Professor Mercier's expression grew warm with approval. "By remembering that our goal is not personal revenge, but systemic change," she said. "By focusing on protection rather than punishment, on building better systems rather than simply destroying flawed ones. By surrounding ourselves with people who will challenge us when we begin to lose sight of our original values and intentions." The magical techniques he learned at Beauxbatons were more sophisticated than anything he had encountered during his time with the goblins, but they were also more ethically grounded. Every spell, every magical discipline was taught within a framework that emphasized responsibility and consequences. His studies in healing magic, conducted under the supervision of Madame Pomfrey's French counterpart, were particularly meaningful, given his bond with Ember. The Phoenix's natural healing abilities enhanced his own developing skills in ways that created a feedback loop of mutual reinforcement. "Your familiar's presence amplifies your natural magical signature," the healing instructor explained, as Harry successfully closed a practice wound that would have required much more complex spell work without Ember's support. But more importantly, her emotional commitment to healing and protection keeps your own motivations clearly focused on helping rather than harming. As the weeks passed, Harry found himself developing friendships that felt both natural and significant. Henry proved to be an excellent study partner, with a natural talent for magical theory that complemented Harry's more intuitive approach to practical spellwork. Gabriel became a valued confidant for discussions about the ethical use of magical abilities, someone who understood the temptations that came with power and the importance of maintaining clear moral boundaries. Francois served as something of a mentor in navigating the social aspects of academy life, helping Harry understand the unwritten rules and expectations that governed student interactions at Beauxbatons. The thing to remember, Francois explained during one of their evening conversations, is that most of the students here come from families where magical ability has been celebrated and nurtured for generations. They do not understand what it means to have your abilities suppressed or punished, to grow up believing that the strange things you can do are shameful rather than wonderful. He paused, studying Harry's expression carefully. This means that your perspective, your understanding of what magic means to someone who has been denied it, is valuable in ways that they may not immediately recognize, he continued. You have insights into the importance of magical education and opportunity that they have never had to develop. The observation proved prophetic. As Harry became more comfortable sharing his experiences with his fellow students, he found that his story had a profound impact on their understanding of magical privilege and responsibility. Students who had grown up taking magical education for granted began to appreciate the opportunities they had been given, and many expressed interest in working to ensure that other magical children did not face the kind of systematic neglect Harry had experienced. It was during one of these conversations that Henri made an observation that would shape Harry's thinking about his future goals. You know, Henri said, as they sat in the Academy's library working on an essay about magical creature rights, what happened to you was not just individual cruelty, but institutional failure on a massive scale. The British magical government, the school system, even the banking institutions that were supposed to protect your interests, all of them failed to meet their basic responsibilities. Harry nodded, having reached similar conclusions during his time among the goblins. But here is what I find interesting, Henri continued. You could use your experiences to argue for revenge against those institutions, for punishment of the individuals who failed you. Instead, you talk about reform, about building better systems, about protecting other children. He looked at Harry with obvious admiration. That suggests a kind of moral maturity that is remarkable in someone our age, he concluded. Most people who have been harmed as badly as you were would be focused on personal justice rather than systemic change. Gabriel, who had been listening to this conversation with obvious interest, leaned forward with an expression that suggested an important insight. Perhaps that is exactly why Harry's story is so important, he said thoughtfully. He represents the possibility that experiencing injustice can lead to a commitment to justice rather than simply a desire for revenge. His example shows that victims can become protectors rather than perpetrators. As the autumn progressed, and Harry's first term at Beauxbatons drew toward its conclusion, he found himself reflecting on the transformation he had undergone since leaving Britain. The frightened, desperate boy who had fled Privet Drive seemed like someone from another lifetime, but the journey from that boy to the confident young wizard who sat in the Chateau's library composing letters to his goblin friends felt both impossibly long and surprisingly short. His magical abilities had developed in ways that exceeded even his most optimistic expectations. The combination of excellent instruction, supportive peers, and the freedom to explore his interests without fear of punishment had allowed talents that had been suppressed for years to flourish in an environment where they were genuinely appreciated. But more importantly, his understanding of himself and his goals had crystallized in ways that provided clear direction for his future. He was not simply someone who had survived abuse and neglect, but someone who had been strengthened by those experiences in ways that equipped him to help others facing similar challenges. The letters he wrote to Iron and Director Ragnok were filled with gratitude for the foundation they had provided and excitement about the opportunities that continued to unfold at Beauxbatons. But they also contained detailed plans for the work he intended to pursue after completing his magical education, plans that involved using his unique perspective and growing abilities to reform the systems that had failed so many magical children. As he sealed the latest letter and prepared it for delivery by the Academy's elegant post owls, Harry found himself looking forward to the challenges ahead, rather than dwelling on the difficulties he had overcome. The boy who had once been trapped in a cupboard under the stairs had become someone with the knowledge, abilities, and determination necessary to ensure that no other magical child would face such systematic neglect and abuse. The journey was far from complete, but for the first time in his life, Harry Potter knew exactly who he was becoming, and why that transformation mattered not just for his own future, but for the future of the entire magical world. The end-of-term ceremony at Beauxbatons Academy took place in the Chateau's grand ballroom, a space that had been transformed for the occasion into something that resembled a magical garden more than a traditional academic hall. Floating lanterns drifted overhead like captured stars, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with the accumulated magic of centuries of scholarly achievement and celebration. Harry stood with his fellow first-year students, wearing dress robes that had been tailored specifically for him by the Academy's resident seamstress, a kindly witch who had taken obvious pleasure in creating garments that actually fit his small frame properly. The deep blue fabric was embroidered with silver threads that seemed to catch and reflect light in patterns that shifted subtly with each movement. Beside him, Henri Delacour practically vibrated with excitement, his own robes pristine, and his hair styled with the kind of attention to detail that spoke of generations of family experience with formal magical occasions. Gabriel Martinez stood with characteristic dignity, his posture reflecting the serious approach he brought to all aspects of his magical education. François Dubois wore an expression of quiet satisfaction, the look of someone who had overcome significant obstacles to reach this moment of academic recognition. Ember perched on Harry's shoulder with obvious contentment, her feathers gleaming in the magical light, and her presence adding an element of distinction that marked Harry as someone special, even among the exceptional students of Beauxbatons. Luna had positioned herself at Harry's feet with feline dignity, her intelligent eyes reflecting approval of the ceremony's elegance and formality. Madame Maxime rose from her place at the high table, her extraordinary height making her visible to every student in the vast room, despite the press of bodies and the elaborate decorations. When she spoke, her voice carried clearly throughout the ballroom, without any apparent magical amplification, a testament to both her natural authority and the acoustic properties of the enchanted space. "Students of Beauxbatons Academy," she began, her accent adding musical quality to the formal words. "Tonight we gather to celebrate not just the completion of another academic term, but the growth and achievement of remarkable young wizards and witches who have honored our institution with their dedication and progress." Harry found himself thinking about the boy who had arrived at the academy just months earlier, frightened and uncertain, despite the confidence he had gained during his time among the goblins. The transformation that had occurred during his time at Beauxbatons felt both gradual and profound, a process of discovering abilities and aspects of his character that had been suppressed or underdeveloped during his years of enforced isolation. "This term has been particularly significant for our academy," Madame Maxime continued, her gaze moving across the assembled students with obvious affection and pride. "We have had the privilege of welcoming several new students whose circumstances and achievements serve as powerful reminders of the resilience of the human spirit and the transformative power of magical education." She paused, her eyes finding Harry among the crowd of first-year students. "Among these new students is someone whose journey to our halls exemplifies the very best of what magical education can accomplish when it is provided in an environment of safety, support, and genuine care for individual potential," she said. "Mr. Harry Potter arrived here after experiencing circumstances that would have broken the spirit of many adults, let alone a child of 8 years. Harry felt heat rise in his cheeks as hundreds of eyes turned toward him, but the attention felt different from the unwelcome scrutiny he had experienced during his early days in the magical world. This was recognition rather than mere curiosity, acknowledgement of achievement rather than fascination with celebrity. In the month since his arrival, Madame Maxime continued, Mr. Potter has not only demonstrated exceptional magical ability and rapid academic progress, but has also shown the kind of character and moral clarity that marks true leadership. His professors report that he approaches every challenge with determination, every lesson with enthusiasm, and every opportunity to help fellow students with generosity that reflects the very best of magical community values. She gestured toward the high table, where several professors were nodding with obvious approval and pride. More importantly, Mr. Potter has used his own experiences of hardship and recovery to develop perspectives on magical education and child welfare that have enriched our entire community. His insights into the importance of creating environments where all magical children can thrive, regardless of their backgrounds or circumstances, have inspired both students and faculty to think more deeply about our responsibilities to the broader magical world. Harry found himself struggling with emotions that were both overwhelming and entirely positive. For 8 years, he had been told repeatedly that he was worthless, burdensome, a problem to be endured rather than a person to be celebrated. Now, standing before an assembly of some of the most talented young wizards in Europe, he was being recognized not just for his magical abilities, but for the character traits he had developed through surviving and transcending his early experiences. But tonight's ceremony also marks an important transition, Madame Maxime continued, her expression growing more serious. Summer holiday begins tomorrow, and with it, opportunities for our students to apply the knowledge and skills they have gained here to the wider magical world. She looked directly at Harry as she spoke, and he sensed that her next words were particularly relevant to his own circumstances. For some of our students, this summer will include opportunities to make meaningful contributions to causes and communities that extend far beyond our academy walls, she said. We are proud to support students who choose to use their education in service of justice, reform, and the protection of those who cannot protect themselves. The ceremony continued with the presentation of academic awards and recognition for various achievements throughout the term. Harry found himself called forward to receive commendations for academic excellence in several subjects, but it was the final award that truly surprised him. The Beauxbatons Medal for Exceptional Character, Madame Maxime announced, is presented annually to a student whose personal conduct and moral leadership exemplify the highest ideals of our academy. This year, that recognition goes to someone who has demonstrated that true strength comes not from the absence of hardship, but from the courage to transform suffering into a commitment to protecting others. Harry walked forward in a daze, hardly able to believe that he was receiving an honor traditionally reserved for much older students who had demonstrated years of exemplary conduct. As Madame Maxime placed the silver medal around his neck, she leaned down to whisper words that were meant for him alone. "Your parents would be extraordinarily proud of the young man you have become," she said softly. "Use this summer wisely, and remember that Beauxbatons will always be a home for you, regardless of where your path may lead." The reception that followed the ceremony was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Students and faculty members approached him throughout the evening, offering congratulations and expressing interest in the plans he had begun developing for his summer activities. But it was a conversation with Professor Mercier, his magical ethics instructor, that proved most significant for his future endeavors. "Mr. Potter," she said, drawing him aside during a quiet moment in the festivities. "I have been following the developments in your legal case against the British magical authorities with considerable interest. The evidence you and your goblin allies have compiled represents an unprecedented opportunity to address systemic failures in magical child protection." Harry nodded, remembering the ongoing investigations and legal proceedings that had been unfolding while he focused on his studies at Beauxbatons. "I have been in communication with several organizations that work on magical children's rights," Professor Mercier continued. "They are eager to meet with you during the summer holiday, to learn from your experiences, and to discuss how your case might serve as a catalyst for broader reforms." She handed him a small card, bearing the seal of what appeared to be an international magical organization. This represents an invitation to address the International Conference on Magical Child Welfare, which will be held in Geneva next month, she explained. Your perspective as someone who has experienced both the failures of current systems and the benefits of properly implemented magical education could be tremendously influential in shaping future policies. Harry stared at the card, hardly able to believe that adults with the power to implement real change were interested in his opinions and experiences. What would I be expected to say? Harry asked, feeling simultaneously honored and intimidated by the prospect of addressing such an important gathering. The truth, Professor Mercier replied simply. Your truth, shared with the kind of clarity and moral conviction that you have demonstrated throughout your time here. The magical world needs to hear from someone who understands both the cost of failure and the possibilities that exist when systems work as they should. The final weeks of the term passed in a blur of examinations, final projects, and preparations for summer departure. Harry's academic performance had exceeded even his own optimistic expectations, with marks that placed him among the top students in his year, despite his unconventional educational background. But more important than academic achievement was the network of relationships he had built during his time at the academy. His friendships with Henri, Gabrielle, and François had deepened into bonds that would clearly persist beyond their school years, while his connections with faculty members had evolved into mentoring relationships that provided both support and challenge. It was during his final conversation with Madame Maxime that Harry truly began to understand the significance of the transformation he had undergone during his months at Beauxbatons. When you arrived here, she said, as they sat in her private office, overlooking the Academy's gardens, you were a child who had been profoundly harmed by the failures of the adults responsible for your welfare. Brilliant, certainly, and possessed of remarkable resilience, but still fundamentally shaped by experiences of abandonment and abuse. Harry nodded, remembering the frightened, desperate boy who had been so grateful for any kindness that he would have accepted almost any conditions rather than risk being rejected again. But the young man who sits before me now is someone entirely different, Madame Maxime continued. Someone with confidence in his own worth, clarity about his values and goals, and the knowledge and skills necessary to make a meaningful difference in the world. She leaned forward, her expression growing more serious. That transformation required not just safety and support, but the kind of challenges that pushed you to discover capabilities and strengths that might otherwise have remained dormant, she explained. You have learned not just magic, but leadership. Not just academic subjects, but the principles that will guide your use of knowledge throughout your life. Harry found himself thinking about the journey that had brought him to this moment, from the cupboard under the stairs to recognition at one of Europe's most prestigious magical academies. The distance travelled was not just physical or academic, but fundamental to who he had become and who he was still becoming. The morning of departure arrived with the particular bittersweetness that marked the end of transformative experiences. Harry's possessions, which had expanded considerably during his months at the academy, were packed in trunks that bore the Beauxbatons crest and would serve as permanent reminders of his time there. His farewell with his roommates was emotional in ways that surprised all of them. Henri, usually so composed and confident, struggled to maintain his dignity as he promised to write regularly and to visit during future holidays. Gabrielle offered formal words of friendship that carried deep sincerity beneath their measured cadence. François simply embraced Harry with obvious affection, their shared understanding of what it meant to find sanctuary after experiencing institutional failure, creating a bond that needed no verbal expression. But it was his conversation with Ian, who had travelled from London to witness his departure, that proved most meaningful. His goblin friend had grown taller during their months of separation, but his expression of warmth and pride remained unchanged. "Look at you," Ian said, his voice filled with wonder as he took in Harry's confident posture and obvious contentment. When I said goodbye to you months ago, I knew you were capable of great things. But seeing what you have actually accomplished, the person you have become, exceeds even my most optimistic predictions." Harry felt tears threatening as he embraced his oldest friend. "None of this would have been possible without everything you taught me," Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. "You showed me that I was worth educating, worth caring about, worth believing in. You gave me the foundation that made all of this growth possible." Iron nodded with obvious satisfaction. "And now you will use that foundation to build something even greater," he replied. "The conference in Geneva, the legal proceedings against those who failed you, the reforms you will help implement, all of it grows from the understanding of your own worth that began during our time together among the goblins." The port key that would return Harry to London was scheduled to activate at precisely noon, and as the appointed time approached, Harry found himself looking both backward and forward with equal anticipation. The months at Beauxbatons had provided him with everything he had hoped for, and much that he had not dared to imagine. But they had also prepared him for challenges and opportunities that extended far beyond his personal education and development. Madame Maxime's final words to him carried the weight of both blessing and commission. "Remember, mon brave garçon," she said, using the endearment that had become her particular expression of affection for him. "You return to the world not as someone seeking charity or protection, but as someone with the knowledge, abilities, and moral authority necessary to demand justice and create change. Use those gifts wisely, and know that you carry with you the support and pride of everyone who has had the privilege of witnessing your transformation." As the portkey activated and the familiar sensation of magical travel began to pull him away from Beauxbatons, Harry found himself thinking not about what he was leaving behind, but about what lay ahead. The conference in Geneva, where his words might influence policies that would protect magical children across Europe. The ongoing legal proceedings that would hold accountable those who had failed in their most basic responsibilities. The longer-term work of building systems and institutions that would ensure no other magical child experienced the kind of systematic neglect and abuse that had nearly destroyed him. But most importantly, he thought about the other children who were still trapped in situations similar to what his had been, still waiting for adults to recognize their worth and provide the safety and support necessary for them to thrive. The boy who had once been one of those children now had the power to speak for them, to demand better on their behalf, to use his own transformation as proof that every magical child deserved the opportunity to discover their potential in environments where they were genuinely valued and protected. The journey back to London passed in moments that felt both eternal and instantaneous, and as Harry felt solid ground beneath his feet once again, he realized that he was no longer the same person who had fled Britain months earlier. That boy had been running from something, seeking escape from circumstances beyond his control. But the young man who stood in the familiar surroundings of magical London was running toward something, toward a future where his unique combination of experiences, education, and abilities could serve causes larger than his own welfare. The transformation from victim to survivor to protector was complete, and Harry Potter was ready to begin the work of ensuring that the failures that had shaped his early life would never again be permitted to destroy another magical child's future. Standing in Diagon Alley with Ember on his shoulder and Luna at his feet, surrounded by the bustle of magical commerce and community, Harry Potter looked up at the summer sky and felt, for the first time in his life, completely certain about who he was and what he was meant to accomplish. The boy who had once been trapped in a cupboard under the stairs had become someone who could ensure that no other child would ever be forgotten, neglected, or abandoned by the adults sworn to protect them. The real work was just beginning, but Harry had never felt more ready for any challenge in his life. The first lesson Harry Potter learned about surviving on the streets of London was that hunger made everything sharper. Colours seemed more vivid, sounds carried further, and the instinct to find food became as natural as breathing. By his third day away from Privet Drive, this lesson had carved itself into his bones with the persistence of winter wind. He had walked for what felt like hours that first morning, his bare feet growing numb against the cold pavement, before realizing that walking without direction was simply another form of imprisonment. The suburban maze of Little Whinging had given way to busier roads, then to the sprawling complexity of Greater London, where 8-year-old boys could disappear entirely among the rushing crowds of commuters and tourists. The train station had been his salvation and his education all at once. Paddington Station, with its soaring glass ceiling and constant flow of travellers, offered both shelter and opportunity for a small boy quick enough to slip between the legs of distracted adults. Harry had watched from the shadows as food vendors sold their wares, as families shared meals while waiting for departures, as carelessly held bags and pockets offered glimpses of the currency he desperately needed. But stealing required a certain hardness of heart that Harry had not yet developed. The first time he had reached toward an abandoned sandwich, his hand had frozen mere inches from his target, shame burning in his chest like acid. The family who had left it had included a little girl about his own age, and Harry found himself imagining her disappointment when she returned to find her lunch missing. Instead, he had learned to wait, to position himself near the rubbish bins where half-eaten meals were discarded, where sandwiches with single bites missing were thrown away by travellers in hurry. Pride was a luxury he could no longer afford, but even desperation had its limits. He would take what was abandoned, what was unwanted, but he would not take from those who needed it themselves. It was during one of these vigils that he met Tommy. The boy was perhaps 11 or 12, with the kind of sharp, knowing eyes that belonged on someone much older. His clothes were layers upon layers of mismatched items, each piece carefully chosen for warmth and durability rather than appearance. When he spoke, his accent carried the particular rhythm of someone who had learned to talk fast and move faster. "Oi," he said, appearing beside Harry with the sudden silence of a practiced street child. "You're new at this, aren't you?" Harry looked up from where he had been crouched beside a rubbish bin, a half-eaten apple clutched in his dirty hands. The older boy's expression was not unkind, but it carried the weight of experience and assessment. "I'm not doing anything wrong," Harry said quietly, defensive instincts honed by years of Dursley criticism, making his voice smaller than he intended. Tommy snorted, but there was amusement rather than malice in the sound. "Wrong's got nothing to do with it, little mate. Question is whether you're going to survive the week doing it that way." Over the next several hours, Tommy became Harry's unlikely teacher in the art of urban survival. He showed Harry which station employees to avoid and which ones might be convinced to look the other way. He explained the difference between good rubbish and dangerous rubbish, between food that was merely unwanted and food that had been discarded for more sinister reasons. "The trick," Tommy explained as they shared a partially eaten pastry he had rescued from a cafe bin, "is to be invisible, but not suspicious. People don't notice children who look like they belong somewhere, even if that somewhere isn't anywhere in particular." Harry absorbed these lessons with the same intense focus he had once applied to avoiding Uncle Vernon's attention. The skills were different, but the underlying principle remained the same. Survival meant understanding the rules of the world around you, even when those rules made no sense. By his 4th day of freedom, Harry had developed something resembling a routine. Mornings were for the train stations, where business travellers discarded expensive coffee and barely touched breakfast items. Afternoons belonged to the parks, where families with young children often left behind portions of picnic lunches. Evenings were the most dangerous time, when the predators emerged and children without homes became targets for those with darker intentions. It was during one of these evening vigils, huddled in the doorway of a closed shop near Russell Square, that Harry first encountered Mrs. Chen. She was small and elderly, with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun and the kind of gentle authority that spoke of decades spent caring for others. Her grocery shop occupied the ground floor of a narrow building, squeezed between a laundromat and a betting office, and she had been locking up for the evening when she noticed the small figure pressed against the neighboring doorway. "Child," she said, her voice carrying the particular warmth of someone addressing a frightened animal. "When did you last eat a proper meal?" Harry's first instinct was to run. Adults meant questions, and questions led to authorities, and authorities meant being returned to Privet Drive. But something in Mrs. Chen's tone gave him pause. There was no judgment in her voice, no assumption of wrongdoing, just genuine concern for his well-being. "I'm fine," he said, the automatic response that had served him well with social workers and teachers who had occasionally shown interest in his circumstances. Mrs. Chen studied him for a long moment, taking in his hollow cheeks, his oversized clothes, the careful way he held himself as if preparing to bolt at any moment. Then she smiled, and it was the kind of smile that seemed to light up the darkening street. "I was just about to make some soup," she said conversationally. "Far too much for one person. Would you mind helping me finish it?" The kindness was so unexpected, so utterly foreign to Harry's experience, that he found himself nodding before his rational mind could intervene. Mrs. Chen unlocked her shop again and gestured for him to follow her up a narrow staircase to the flat above. The apartment was small but immaculately clean, filled with the lingering sense of ginger and star anise. Family photographs lined the mantelpiece, showing children and grandchildren scattered across what looked like several decades of celebrations and milestones. Mrs. Chen moved through her kitchen with efficient grace, ladling steaming soup into 2 bowls and setting out a plate of rice that looked like heaven to Harry's hungry eyes. They ate in comfortable silence for the first few minutes, Mrs. Chen respecting Harry's need to focus entirely on the first proper meal he had consumed in nearly a week. The soup was rich and warming, filled with tender vegetables and thin noodles that seemed to restore something essential in his body that had been slowly fading away. "You're very thin," Mrs. Chen observed gently when Harry had finished his second bowl, "and those clothes are much too large. Are you staying somewhere safe?" The question hung in the air between them, loaded with implications that Harry was not ready to address. He set down his spoon and met Mrs. Chen's concerned gaze with as much honesty as he dared. "I can't go back where I came from," he said simply. "It wasn't safe there either." Mrs. Chen nodded slowly, as if this explanation made perfect sense to her. In her 40 years of running a shop in this part of London, she had encountered all manner of lost souls seeking refuge from circumstances beyond their control. She had learned not to pry too deeply into stories that children were not ready to tell. "Then you must be very careful," she said instead. "London is not kind to children on their own, especially children as young as you. There are people who would take advantage of your situation." She reached into a drawer and pulled out a small piece of paper, writing something on it quickly before pressing it into Harry's hands. "This is my address and telephone number," she said. "If you find yourself in real trouble, if you need help that you cannot find elsewhere, you come here. Day or night, you understand." Harry stared down at the paper, unable to quite believe that someone would offer help without expecting something in return. In his experience, adults who showed kindness always had ulterior motives, usually involving his eventual return to the Dursleys or placement in some equally unpleasant situation. "Why?" he asked, the word barely audible. Mrs. Chen reached across the small table and gently touched his hand, her fingers warm against his cold skin. "Because every child deserves to be safe," she said simply, "and because sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can change everything." Harry left Mrs. Chen's shop that evening with a full stomach, a warm coat that had belonged to one of her grown sons, and something that felt dangerously like hope blooming in his chest. But hope, he had learned, was a treacherous emotion for boys in his situation. It made you careless, made you believe in possibilities that existed only in fairy tales. The reminder of Hope's limitations came 2 days later in the form of 3 older boys who cornered him in an alley near King's Cross Station. They were perhaps 15 or 16, with the kind of casual cruelty that seemed to radiate from every pore. Their leader was tall and heavy, with pale eyes that suggested violence was more entertainment than necessity for him. The other 2 flanked Harry like hunting dogs, cutting off any possibility of escape. "Well, well," the leader said, his voice carrying the particular satisfaction of a predator who had found easy prey. "What have we got here?" Little lost lamb, all alone in the big, bad city. Harry pressed his back against the alley wall, his mind racing through possible escape routes. The older boys blocked the main exit, but there was a gap between 2 buildings that might be wide enough for someone his size to squeeze through. The problem was reaching it before they could grab him. "Got any money on you, Lamb?" one of the flanking boys asked, stepping closer with obvious menace. "Any food? Any of those nice things that proper families give their children?" The mockery in his tone hit Harry like a physical blow. These boys knew exactly what he was, what his circumstances were, and they intended to take what little he had managed to gather for himself. "I don't have anything," Harry said, which was mostly true. His few possessions were hidden in various locations around the city, a survival strategy Tommy had taught him during their brief acquaintance. The leader laughed, a sound devoid of any warmth or humor. "Everyone's got something," he said, reaching toward Harry with hands that promised pain. "Question is whether you're going to give it up easy, or whether we're going to have to take it." Harry's world narrowed to a single point of focus: the reaching hand, the casual cruelty, the assumption that he was helpless and defenseless. Something deep inside him, something that had been building pressure since the moment he had escaped from Privet Drive, suddenly snapped like an overstretched rubber band. The explosion was not metaphorical. The rubbish bin to Harry's left erupted with a sound like a cannon firing, sending debris and refuse flying in all directions. The 3 older boys threw themselves to the ground, shouting in alarm as bits of metal and plastic rained down around them. In the confusion and chaos, Harry darted toward the gap between buildings, squeezing through with the desperate speed of a hunted animal. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs gave out beneath him, finally collapsing in a small park several miles from the scene of the incident. As his breathing slowly returned to normal, the full implications of what had happened began to sink in. The strange things, the freakish incidents that had plagued him at the Dursleys. They weren't going away just because he had left Privet Drive. If anything, they seemed to be getting stronger, more unpredictable. What would happen the next time he was frightened or angry? What if someone was seriously hurt? But even as fear crept through his thoughts, another emotion was growing alongside it. For the first time in his life, the strange things had protected him rather than getting him into trouble. The rubbish bin explosion had been perfectly timed, perfectly placed to give him the distraction he needed to escape, almost as if something inside him had known exactly what was required and had responded accordingly. What if Uncle Vernon had been wrong? What if the freakishness wasn't something evil or dangerous that needed to be beaten out of him? What if it was something else entirely? Something that belonged to him, that was part of him in the same way that his green eyes and untidy hair were part of him. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. If the strange things were really his to control, if they responded to his need and his will, then perhaps he wasn't as powerless as he had always believed. Perhaps there was strength in him that even the Dursleys couldn't break or steal or destroy. As the sun set over London, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Harry Potter sat in a small park and contemplated the impossible possibility that he might be something more than just a damaged, unwanted child. The evidence was mounting, incident by incident, that there was magic in the world and that somehow, inexplicably, it lived inside him. But magic, if it truly existed, raised questions that had no easy answers. If there were others like him, where were they? If there was a place for people who could make rubbish bins explode with their minds, why had no one ever told him about it? And most importantly, if he really was magical, what did that mean for the future he was trying to build for himself? The answers to those questions would have to wait. For now, it was enough to know that he had survived another day, that he was learning to navigate this strange new world of independence and possibility. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new lessons in the art of staying alive and staying hidden. But tonight, for the first time since leaving Privet Drive, Harry allowed himself to believe that perhaps survival wasn't the highest goal he could aspire to. Perhaps there was something beyond mere existence waiting for him, something that would make all the struggle and fear and loneliness worthwhile. The strange pulling sensation began sometime during his 3rd week of freedom, a gentle but persistent tugging that seemed to originate somewhere deep in his chest. At first, Harry attributed it to hunger or exhaustion, but as the days passed, the feeling grew stronger and more directional, as if some invisible compass was guiding him toward a destination he had never seen, but somehow knew he needed to find. The sensation was strongest in certain parts of London, particularly around the older, more historic areas where ancient buildings pressed against modern developments like memories refusing to fade. It pulled him toward narrow alleyways that looked like they belonged in another century, toward pubs that seemed to exist slightly apart from the bustling city around them. And so it was that, on a grey morning in early August, following the invisible thread that had been growing stronger with each passing day, Harry Potter found himself standing on Charing Cross Road, staring at what appeared to be an empty space between a record shop and a bookstore. But as he watched, as he focused his attention with the same intensity he had learned to apply to finding food and shelter, something began to shimmer in the empty space. Like heat waves rising from summer pavement, the air itself seemed to bend and twist until suddenly, impossibly, there was a building where none had been before. A shabby, narrow pub with grimy windows and a hanging sign that read, "The Leaky Cauldron," in faded gold lettering. Harry blinked hard, certain that exhaustion and hunger were finally taking their toll on his sanity. But the building remained, solid and real and somehow familiar, as if he had been searching for it his entire life without knowing it existed. The pulling sensation in his chest had become almost overwhelming, a need as fundamental as breathing that demanded he step forward, push open the door, and discover what lay beyond the threshold of the impossible. And so, with the same mixture of terror and determination that had carried him away from Privet Drive, Harry Potter approached the door of the Leaky Cauldron and prepared to step into a world where magic was real, and 8-year-old boys who could explode rubbish bins might finally find the place where they belonged. The door of the Leaky Cauldron was heavier than it looked, requiring both of Harry's small hands to push it open far enough for him to slip inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, the cacophony of London traffic faded to a distant murmur, replaced by something that felt like stepping into a living, breathing fairy tale. The pub was dimmer than the grey morning outside, lit by candles that floated freely in the air without any visible means of support. Their warm, golden light danced across wooden beams that looked older than anything Harry had ever seen, creating shadows that seemed to move and shift with lives of their own. The air smelled of old wood and herbs, of something cooking that made his empty stomach clench with longing, and underneath it all, a scent he couldn't quite identify, but that made the strange pulling sensation in his chest sing with recognition. For a moment, Harry simply stood frozen in the doorway, overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of what he was seeing. Photographs lined the walls, but unlike any photographs he had ever encountered, the people in them were moving, waving, talking to each other across their frames with animated gestures. A wizard in purple robes was demonstrating what appeared to be a small fireworks display for the amusement of his neighbours, while a witch in the corner frame was knitting something that seemed to be knitting itself. But it was the patrons of the pub who truly made Harry's breath catch in his throat. Men and women dressed in robes and pointed hats sat at wooden tables, engaged in conversations punctuated by gestures that made sparks fly from the ends of thin wooden sticks. A woman near the fireplace was reading a newspaper that appeared to be reading itself, the headlines shifting and changing as she watched. In the corner, an elderly wizard was playing chess with pieces that moved on their own, the tiny figures marching across the board with military precision. This was magic. Real, undeniable, impossible magic. And somehow, Harry had found his way into the middle of it. The sound of his entrance had attracted attention, and Harry became acutely aware of the curious glances being directed his way. He pulled the oversized coat Mrs. Chen had given him more tightly around his thin frame, suddenly conscious of how he must appear to these strange, wonderful people. A dirty, malnourished child in clothes that didn't fit, standing in their magical sanctuary like an intruder. The man behind the bar was perhaps 60 years old, with a round, cheerful face and a completely bald head that gleamed in the candlelight. When he spoke, his voice carried the warm authority of someone accustomed to welcoming travelers from all walks of life. "Well now," he said, setting down the glass he had been polishing with movements that seemed unnecessarily elaborate. "That's not something you see every day. A young one, all on his own, finding his way through the barrier." Harry's heart hammered against his ribs as every eye in the pub turned toward him. He had learned to be invisible on the streets of London, to move through crowds without attracting notice. But here in this warm, impossible place, invisibility seemed beyond his reach. "I'm sorry," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't mean to intrude. I can leave if I'm not supposed to be here." The barman's expression shifted from curiosity to concern as he took in Harry's appearance more carefully. The oversized clothes, the hollow cheeks, the way the boy held himself as if prepared to bolt at any moment. Tom had been serving drinks in the leaky cauldron for more than 30 years, and he had developed an eye for souls in need of sanctuary. Now, none of that," Tom said, coming around the bar with movements that were surprisingly gentle for such a large man. "You found your way here, didn't you? That's not something that happens by accident, especially not for one so young. Come, sit by the fire and tell old Tom what brings you to our little establishment." Before Harry could protest or retreat, a warm hand settled gently on his shoulder, guiding him toward a table near the large stone fireplace. The heat felt wonderful against his cold skin, and despite his wariness, Harry found himself sinking gratefully into the offered chair. Tom returned with a steaming mug of something that smelled like chocolate and cinnamon, setting it before Harry with the kind of careful attention usually reserved for much more important guests. "There we are," Tom said, settling his bulk into the chair across from Harry. "Nothing like a warm drink to chase away the London chill. Now then, what's your name, young sir?" Harry hesitated, wrapping his cold fingers around the warm mug. Every instinct developed during his weeks on the streets screamed warnings about giving his real name to adults, especially adults who might have connections to authorities. But something about this place, about Tom's genuine concern, made deception feel not just unnecessary, but somehow impossible. "Harry," he said finally. "Harry Potter." The effect of his name was immediate and dramatic. Conversations throughout the pub fell silent, every head turning toward their table with expressions of shock, wonder, and something that might have been reverence. Tom's face went pale, then flushed, then pale again, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. "Harry Potter," Tom repeated, his voice barely audible. "Harry Potter, here in my pub, looking like he hasn't had a proper meal in weeks. But that's impossible. You're supposed to be safe, supposed to be protected, supposed to be with your family." The weight of their stares was becoming unbearable. Harry shrank back in his chair, wishing desperately that he could disappear entirely. He had made a mistake coming here, had revealed too much, had somehow stumbled into a situation that was far more complicated than he had imagined. "I don't have a family," Harry said, the words coming out smaller than he intended. "Not really. I've been taking care of myself." A witch at a nearby table gasped audibly, her hand flying to her mouth in horror. The man she was with half rose from his seat, as if he intended to intervene in some way, before apparently thinking better of it, and settling back down with obvious reluctance. Tom leaned forward across the table, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried more urgency than shouting would have. "Child," he said, his eyes searching Harry's face, as if looking for answers to questions he didn't know how to ask. "Where have you been living? Who has been caring for you? The whole wizarding world has been told you were safe, that you were being looked after by loving relatives." Harry almost laughed at that, a bitter sound that belonged on someone much older than 8. Loving relatives. The phrase was so absurd, so completely removed from his experience, that it took him a moment to understand that Tom actually believed it. "The Dursleys," Harry said, testing the name like a bitter medicine. "Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. They told me my parents died in a car crash, that I was a burden they had to bear. They kept me in a cupboard under the stairs and told me I was a freak." The silence that followed was deafening. Tom's face had gone white as parchment, and several of the other patrons were making sounds of distress and outrage. A young witch near the window was crying openly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she stared at Harry with undisguised heartbreak. "A cupboard," Tom repeated, his voice hollow with disbelief. "They kept you in a cupboard. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, treated like vermin by the very people who were supposed to protect him." Harry frowned, confused by the title and by the evident significance his name held for these people. "Boy who lived," he repeated questioningly. "What does that mean?" The question seemed to break something in Tom's composure. The older man buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with what might have been grief or rage or both. It was a witch from the corner table who answered, her voice gentle but thick with emotion. "You defeated you-know-who when you were just a baby," she said, approaching their table with careful, reverent steps. "The darkest wizard in centuries, the one who killed your parents, tried to kill you too. But somehow, some way, his curse rebounded. You survived and he was destroyed. You saved us all, little one." Harry stared at her, trying to process information that seemed to belong in one of the fairy tales he had sometimes glimpsed in shop windows. Dark wizards, rebounding curses, saving the world as a baby. It was too much, too impossible, too removed from the reality of cupboards and hunger and 3 days without water. "I think there's been a mistake," Harry said slowly. "I'm not anyone special. I'm just a freak who makes strange things happen when I'm scared or angry. I can't even take care of myself properly." The witch knelt beside his chair, her eyes level with his, and when she spoke, her voice carried absolute certainty. "Sweet child," she said, reaching out as if to touch his face before stopping herself, "there has been no mistake. You are Harry Potter, son of James and Lily Potter, the most powerful and loving wizards of their generation. You are the boy who lived, and you are most certainly not a freak." Before Harry could respond, the pub door opened again, admitting a gust of cold air and a woman whose presence seemed to command immediate attention. She was perhaps 40, with greying brown hair pulled back in a severe bun and robes of deep blue that spoke of both authority and wealth. Her eyes swept the room, taking in the unusual silence and the gathered crowd around Harry's table, before settling on Harry himself with an expression of dawning recognition and horror. "Madame Clearwater," Tom said, rising hastily from his chair with obvious relief. "Thank Merlin you're here. We have a situation that requires someone with your expertise." Madame Clearwater approached with quick, efficient steps, her trained healer's eye cataloguing Harry's condition with professional thoroughness. The hollow cheeks, the oversized clothes, the way he held himself with the careful stillness of someone accustomed to making himself small and unnoticed. "This is Harry Potter," Tom continued, his voice heavy with implications. "He says he's been living with muggles, that they kept him in a cupboard, that he's been caring for himself on the streets." Madame Clearwater's face went through a series of expressions, from shock to fury to a kind of maternal protectiveness that made something tight in Harry's chest begin to loosen. "On the streets," she repeated, her voice carefully controlled. "How long?" "3 weeks," Harry said, then corrected himself with the precision that had become second nature. 3 weeks and 4 days since I left." The healer closed her eyes briefly, as if gathering strength for what came next. "And before that?" "The relatives Tom mentioned. How did they treat you?" Harry looked around the room at all the concerned faces, at these strange people who seemed to know him and care about him, despite having never met him before. The urge to minimize, to downplay, to protect the adults from the truth was almost overwhelming. But something about this place, about the way magic hung in the air like a promise, made honesty feel safer than it had ever felt before. "They didn't like me," Harry said simply. "They said I was freakish and unnatural. Uncle Vernon said he would beat the freakishness out of me, and Aunt Petunia said I was a constant reminder of things she wanted to forget. They gave me the cupboard because they said I didn't deserve a real room, and they gave me chores because they said I needed to earn my keep." Madame Clearwater's hands were clenched into fists at her sides, her knuckles white with the effort of maintaining her composure. "Child," she said, her voice gentle despite the fury burning in her eyes, "what they told you was wrong. Every word of it. You are not freakish or unnatural. You are a wizard, a member of an ancient and honored community. What you can do, what you call freakish, is magic. It is wonderful and powerful and something to be celebrated, not beaten out of anyone." Harry felt something inside his chest crack open, a wall he had built around his heart to protect himself from hoping for things that seemed impossible. These people, these magical people, thought his strangeness was wonderful. They thought he belonged somewhere. But even as hope began to bloom, another emotion rose alongside it. Fear, sharp and familiar, of adults who made promises they couldn't keep, who offered safety that could be revoked at any moment. "What happens now?" Harry asked, his voice smaller than he intended. "Do you send me back to them? Do you call the authorities? Do you put me somewhere else that's supposed to be better, but isn't?" Madame Clearwater knelt beside his chair, her movements slow and careful, as if approaching a wounded animal. "Darling boy," she said, her voice thick with emotion, "you are never going back to those people. Never. What they did to you was not just wrong. It was criminal. No child, magical or otherwise, should ever be treated the way you have been treated." She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. "As for what happens next, well, that's going to take some time to sort out properly. There are laws in our world, protections for magical children, systems in place to ensure situations like yours never happen. But those systems have clearly failed you, which means we need to be very careful about how we proceed." Harry nodded, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. This woman, at least, seemed to understand that good intentions weren't enough, that systems could fail, and adults could make terrible decisions while believing they were acting for the best. "In the meantime," Madame Clearwater continued, "you need immediate care, medical attention, proper nutrition, a safe place to rest and recover. I can arrange for temporary guardianship, somewhere you can stay while we work out the legal complexities." The word guardianship sent a spike of panic through Harry's chest. He had heard that word before, during hushed conversations between social workers and teachers who thought he couldn't hear them. It always led to the same place, back to the Dursleys, because blood family was considered more important than safety or happiness. "I don't want to be with people who don't want me," Harry said, his voice firmer than it had been since entering the pub. "I'd rather stay on the streets than go somewhere I'm not really welcome." Tom, who had been listening to this exchange with increasing distress, suddenly straightened in his chair. "What if he stayed here?" he said, his voice gaining confidence as the idea took shape. "The Leaky Cauldron has rooms upstairs, and I've been thinking about hiring some help anyway. The boy could stay here while the legal matters are sorted out, and I could keep an eye on him. Madame Clearwater considered this suggestion with the careful attention of someone weighing complex factors. "It's irregular," she said slowly. "But then, this entire situation is irregular. And Tom, you've been caring for strays and lost souls since before I was born. If you're willing to take responsibility for his immediate welfare—" "I am," Tom said firmly. "More than willing. This pub has always been a sanctuary for those who need one, and if Harry Potter needs sanctuary, then by Merlin's beard, he'll have it." Harry looked between these two adults who were discussing his future with such obvious care and concern, and felt something he had never experienced before, the sense that people were fighting for him rather than simply deciding what to do with him, the revolutionary concept that his preferences and comfort might actually matter in the decisions being made about his life. "I would like that," Harry said quietly. "Staying here, I mean. If you're sure it wouldn't be too much trouble." Tom's face broke into the first genuine smile Harry had seen since entering the pub. "Trouble," he said, with obvious affection. "Boy, you've just given this old innkeeper something he's been missing for years, a chance to matter to someone who needs him." The next few hours passed in a blur of activity that Harry watched with a mixture of wonder and cautious optimism. Madame Clearwater performed what she called a basic health assessment, her wand casting gentle lights over Harry's body, while she muttered notes to herself about malnutrition and delayed growth and old injuries that had healed poorly. Tom bustled around preparing a room on the second floor, bringing in extra blankets and a chair by the window where Harry could sit and watch the magical street below. Several patrons of the pub contributed items they thought might be useful: books about magical theory for beginners, a warm cloak that had belonged to someone's grandson, a small bag of sweets that were guaranteed to help with nightmares. But it was the witch who had first spoken to him who provided the most meaningful gift. She approached Harry's table as the afternoon light began to fade, carrying a small, leather-bound photo album. "These were your parents," she said, settling into the chair beside him with careful reverence. "James and Lily Potter. I knew them at Hogwarts, knew them when they fell in love, knew them when they were so excited about having you. They would want you to know how very much you were loved." She opened the album to the first page, and Harry found himself looking at moving photographs of a young couple who shared his features. His father had the same unruly dark hair, the same thin face, though his eyes were warm brown rather than green. His mother had his eyes exactly, bright emerald green and full of intelligence and humor. But more than their physical features, Harry could see something in their faces that he had never seen directed toward him before. Love, pure and uncomplicated, as they smiled and waved from their magical photographs. In one image, his mother was laughing at something his father had said, her head thrown back with joy. In another, they were dancing, lost in each other, and in a happiness so complete it seemed to radiate from the very page. "They died protecting you," the witch said softly. "Lily especially. There's powerful magic in a mother's love, in a mother's sacrifice. It's that magic that saved you from you-know-who, that marked you as special, that brought you here to us when you needed sanctuary most." Harry touched the edge of the photograph with one careful finger, trying to imagine what it would have been like to grow up surrounded by that kind of love. To be celebrated for his magic rather than punished for it, to be cherished rather than tolerated, to have parents who saw his potential rather than his inconvenience. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice thick with emotions he didn't have names for. As the evening wore on and the pub gradually emptied of its regular patrons, Harry found himself sitting by the fireplace in what Tom assured him was now his room, the photo album open on his lap, Madame Clearwater's healing potions working their slow magic on his malnourished body. For the first time in his 8 years of life, Harry Potter was somewhere he belonged, somewhere his magic was celebrated rather than feared, somewhere adults fought to protect him rather than simply deciding his fate, Somewhere the very air seemed to hum with possibility and promise. The boy who had fled Privet Drive 3 weeks earlier had been a victim, a survivor at best, shaped by cruelty and abandonment into something small and frightened and apologetic for his very existence. But the boy who fell asleep in the leaky cauldron that night was something new, something that had never been allowed to exist before. He was Harry Potter, son of James and Lily, the boy who lived. And he was finally, impossibly, home. Harry woke to the sensation of cool fingers pressed against his forehead, and the murmur of voices speaking in low, urgent tones. The bed beneath him was softer than anything he had ever experienced, and for a moment he simply lay still, afraid that opening his eyes would reveal this comfort to be another hunger-induced hallucination. But the voices were too real, too detailed to be products of his imagination. A woman speaking with the crisp authority of medical training, a deeper voice responding with what sounded like barely contained fury, and underneath it all, the gentle rumble of Tom's familiar accent providing context and explanation. When Harry finally opened his eyes, he found himself in a room he didn't recognize, though the warm golden light filtering through tall windows suggested he was still somewhere within the magical world he had discovered. The ceiling was higher than anything in the leaky cauldron, supported by pillars that seemed to be carved from a single piece of white stone that gleamed like pearl. The woman leaning over him was not Madame Clearwater, but someone younger, with short auburn hair and robes of deep green marked with symbols Harry didn't recognize. When she noticed his awakening, her expression shifted from professional concern to something warmer and more personal. "Good morning, young Potter," she said, her voice carrying the particular gentleness reserved for patients who had been through trauma. "I am Healer Brightstone, from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. You gave us quite a scare when you collapsed yesterday evening." Yesterday evening. The words took a moment to penetrate Harry's still foggy consciousness. The last thing he remembered clearly was falling asleep in his room at the leaky cauldron, the photo album of his parents still open on his lap, the first real sense of safety he had ever known settling around him like a warm blanket. "I collapsed," Harry said, testing his voice and finding it stronger than expected. "Was I sick?" Healer Brightstone exchanged a glance with someone beyond Harry's line of sight before settling into a chair beside the bed. "Not sick exactly," she said carefully. "But your body has been through considerable stress, and when you finally felt safe enough to truly rest, all of that accumulated exhaustion caught up with you at once. You've been sleeping for nearly 18 hours. 18 hours. Harry tried to sit up, alarmed by the thought of so much time passing without his awareness, but Healer Brightstone gently pressed him back against the pillows. "Rest," she said firmly. "Your body is still recovering. The magical scans we performed while you slept revealed some concerning information that we need to discuss." It was then that Harry noticed the other occupant of the room, a goblin, though unlike any representation he had ever seen in the few storybooks he had glimpsed in shop windows. This one was tall for his kind, perhaps 4.5 feet, with intelligent dark eyes and an expression of barely contained rage that seemed to be directed not at Harry, but at something far beyond the confines of this room. The goblin stepped forward, his movements carrying a dignity and authority that commanded immediate respect. "Mr. Potter," he said, his voice carrying the particular precision of someone accustomed to dealing with matters of great importance. "I am Director Ragnok of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. It is both an honor and a source of considerable concern to finally meet you." Gringotts. Harry recognized the name from conversations he had overheard in the leaky cauldron, references to the magical bank where wizards kept their money and treasures. But he couldn't understand why the director of such an important institution would be interested in a homeless 8-year-old. "I don't understand," Harry said, looking between Healer Brightstone and Director Ragnok with growing confusion. "Why are you here? What does a bank want with me?" Director Ragnok's expression grew grimmer if such a thing were possible. "Mr. Potter," he said, settling into another chair with movements that suggested this would not be a brief conversation. "You are not just any homeless child. You are the Potter heir, the last surviving member of one of the oldest and wealthiest magical families in Britain. By rights, you should have been raised in comfort and security, with full knowledge of your heritage and inheritance." The words seemed to belong in someone else's story. Heir, wealthy family, inheritance. These were concepts so far removed from Harry's experience that they might as well have been spoken in a foreign language. "I think you have me confused with someone else," Harry said slowly. "I don't have any money. I've been living on scraps and sleeping in doorways. If I were wealthy, surely someone would have told me." The look that passed between Director Ragnok and Healer Brightstone carried implications that Harry was not yet ready to understand. "Mr. Potter," Director Ragnok said, his voice taking on the carefully controlled tone of someone delivering devastating news. "Your parents established multiple vaults in your name before their deaths. A trust vault for your immediate needs while you were a minor, and your full inheritance vault which would become accessible when you reached 17. These vaults have been under the management of your magical guardian since you were placed with your relatives." Harry felt something cold settle in the pit of his stomach. "My magical guardian," he repeated. Director Ragnok nodded grimly. "Professor Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the man who placed you with your aunt and uncle, who assured our bank and the Ministry of Magic that you were being properly cared for in a loving home." The coldness was spreading now, reaching into Harry's chest and making it difficult to breathe properly. "But I wasn't being properly cared for," Harry said, his voice smaller than he intended. "And it definitely wasn't a loving home." Director Ragnok's hands clenched into fists on the arms of his chair. "No, Mr. Potter, it most certainly was not. Which raises some very serious questions about how your guardian could have been so utterly mistaken about your circumstances, particularly given that he has been withdrawing funds from your trust vault for your care and education." The room seemed to tilt around Harry. Funds for his care and education, money that was supposed to ensure he was properly looked after while he was locked in a cupboard and fed scraps like an unwanted pet. "How much?" Harry asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Healer Brightstone leaned forward, her expression gentle but honest. "Enough to have ensured you lived in comfort, attended the finest schools, had proper medical care, and wanted for nothing," she said softly. "Enough that you should never have known a moment's hunger or fear or loneliness." Harry closed his eyes, trying to process this information. Someone had been paid to take care of him, had taken money meant for his well-being, and had used it while keeping him in conditions that no animal should have been forced to endure. The betrayal was so complete, so utterly beyond his comprehension, that for a moment he simply couldn't think at all. "Who has the money now?" he asked, when he could speak again. Director Ragnok's expression grew even darker. "The withdrawals stopped 3 weeks ago," he said, "precisely when you would have escaped from your relative's home. It seems Professor Dumbledore became aware that you were no longer under their care and ceased taking funds for your upkeep." Harry felt something that might have been hysteria bubbling up in his chest. "So he knew," Harry said, his voice taking on a strange, distant quality. "He knew I had run away, and instead of looking for me or making sure I was safe, he just stopped taking money for my care." "That appears to be the case." "Yes," Director Ragnok confirmed. For several minutes, the room was silent except for the sound of Harry's breathing and the distant bustle of what he was beginning to realize must be the Goblin Bank itself. When he finally spoke again, his voice carried a hardness that belonged on someone much older. "I want to see them," Harry said. "The vaults. I want to see what was supposed to be mine." Director Ragnok studied Harry's face with the attention of someone evaluating a business proposition. "Mr. Potter," he said slowly, "there are things in those vaults particularly your inheritance vault, that may be difficult for someone your age to understand. Information about your parents, about the war that claimed their lives, about the responsibilities that come with your heritage. Harry met the goblin's gaze steadily. "I've already had to understand things that children shouldn't have to understand," he said with quiet determination. "I think I can handle learning about my real family." After another long moment, Director Ragnok nodded. "Very well," he said, rising from his chair with obvious decision. "Healer Brightstone, is Mr. Potter well enough for a brief journey through the bank?" Healer Brightstone performed a quick assessment with her wand, muttering under her breath as lights played over Harry's still thin frame. "Physically?" "Yes," she said, "but this is likely to be emotionally challenging. I'd prefer to accompany you." Harry found himself dressed in robes that actually fit properly for the first time in his life, courtesy of the hospital's supplies for young patients. The fabric was soft and warm, and as they made their way through corridors lined with marble and precious metals, he began to understand that he was seeing wealth beyond anything he had ever imagined. Gringotts was more than a bank. It was a fortress. Goblin guards in elaborate armor stood at attention along the corridors, their eyes sharp and intelligent as they assessed every visitor. The carts that carried them deeper into the earth moved with smooth precision along tracks that seemed to extend into the very heart of the earth itself. "Your trust vault first," Director Ragnok said, as they descended through chambers that grew more elaborate with each level. "This contains the funds that were meant to support you through your minority." The vault that opened before them contained more gold than Harry had ever seen in his life. Stacks of coins gleamed in the wand light, organized with the methodical precision that spoke of careful accounting and regular deposits. But what caught Harry's attention were not the riches themselves, but the withdrawal records that Director Ragnok showed him with grim satisfaction. Monthly withdrawals, he explained, pointing to entries in a ledger that documented years of transactions. Supposedly for your housing, food, clothing, medical care, and education. Amounts that would have supported a family of 4 in considerable comfort. Harry stared at the records, trying to reconcile these numbers with the reality of his cupboard, his hunger, his second-hand clothes that never fit properly. "They took this money and kept me in a cupboard," he said, his voice hollow with disbelief. "Yes, Mr. Potter, they did," Director Ragnok confirmed, and Professor Dumbledore authorized every withdrawal. But it was the inheritance vault that truly took Harry's breath away. Unlike the trust vault with its neat stacks of gold, this chamber was filled with artifacts and treasures that spoke of centuries of accumulated wealth and knowledge. Books bound in leather and precious metals, weapons that gleamed with their own inner light, jewelry that seemed to capture and reflect the wand light in impossible patterns. But it was the far wall that drew Harry's attention like a magnet. 2 large portraits hung there, their subjects so familiar that Harry's breath caught in his throat. His parents, James and Lily Potter, painted with magical precision that made them seem almost alive within their frames. As Harry approached, the portraits stirred, their painted eyes focusing on him with expressions of wonder and overwhelming joy. "Harry," his mother whispered, her painted voice carrying the same warmth he remembered from the photographs in the leaky cauldron. "Oh, my darling boy, look how you've grown." James Potter stepped forward within his frame, his face shining with pride and something that might have been grief. "Son," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "we had hoped when we made these portraits that you would never need to meet us this way. We had planned to be there to watch you grow up, to guide you, to love you every day of your life." Harry reached out toward the portrait, his fingers stopping just short of the painted surface. "They told me you died in a car crash," he said, his voice barely audible. "They told me you were drunk and irresponsible, and that I was lucky they were willing to take me in." Lily's painted face contorted with fury that was terrible to behold. "Those monsters," she breathed, her voice carrying a mother's rage that transcended the boundaries between life and art. How dare they? How dare they poison your memory of us with such lies? James's portrait seemed to be struggling with emotions too large for painted features to adequately express. "Harry," he said, leaning forward as if he could somehow bridge the gap between the world of the living and the captured essence of the dead. "We died protecting you from the darkest wizard our world has ever known. We died because we loved you more than our own lives, because we would rather face death than let any harm come to you." The story they told him then was unlike anything Harry had ever imagined. A war between light and darkness, a prophecy that marked him as significant before he could even walk. Parents who went into hiding to protect their infant son from a monster who sought to destroy him. Voldemort, Lily said, speaking the name with the fearlessness of someone who had already paid the ultimate price. That was his name, though most are still too frightened to say it. He killed us because we would not stand aside and let him kill you. But you survived, James added, his painted eyes bright with wonder. Somehow, impossibly, the love that your mother poured into protecting you turned his own curse back upon him. You destroyed the most powerful dark wizard in history when you were barely more than a year old. Harry sank into a chair that Director Ragnarok had quietly provided, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what he was learning. "The boy who lived," he said, remembering the title the witch at the Leaky Cauldron had used. "That's what they called me. But I don't feel like someone who defeated a dark wizard. I feel like someone who couldn't even escape from a cupboard without help." Lily's portrait smiled with infinite tenderness. "Darling boy," she said, her voice full of maternal love that reached across the boundaries of death itself. "You survived 8 years with people who tried to break your spirit, who told you terrible lies about yourself and about us. You escaped when you needed to. You found your way to the magical world on your own, and you've begun to heal from wounds that should never have been inflicted. That takes more courage and strength than anything you did as a baby." James nodded emphatically. "We are so proud of you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "So incredibly proud of the boy you've become, despite everything they tried to do to you." Director Ragnarok, who had been standing respectfully silent during this reunion, stepped forward with an expression that suggested the business portion of their visit was not yet complete. "Mr. Potter," he said gently, "there are other matters we need to discuss. Legal matters regarding your guardianship, your education, and the management of your inheritance." Harry wiped his eyes, trying to compose himself enough to focus on practical concerns. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, testing the name. "He's supposed to be my guardian, but he took money for my care, and left me with people who treated me like I was less than human." Director Ragnarok nodded grimly. "The situation is complex," he said. "Professor Dumbledore has considerable influence in our world, and his reputation for wisdom and benevolence is well established. However, the evidence of his failure to protect you is undeniable." "What evidence?" Harry asked. Healer Brightstone stepped forward, her expression professional but compassionate. "The medical examination we performed revealed signs of chronic malnutrition, old injuries that healed improperly without magical intervention, and psychological indicators consistent with long-term emotional abuse," she said quietly. "These findings, combined with the financial records Director Ragnarok has shown you, paint a clear picture of systematic neglect and possible fraud." Harry felt a strange sense of vindication. For years he had been told that his treatment was normal, that he was lucky to have any home at all, that his complaints were signs of ingratitude and selfishness. Now, finally, adults with authority were confirming what he had always known in his heart. What had been done to him was wrong. "What happens now?" Harry asked. Director Ragnarok and Healer Brightstone exchanged glances before the goblin responded. "That, Mr. Potter, depends largely on what you want to happen," he said. You are the victim here, and as such, you have certain rights that have been badly neglected. We can pursue legal action against both your relatives and your guardian. We can arrange for proper guardianship with people who will actually care for your well-being. We can ensure that your inheritance is properly protected from future misuse. For the first time since waking up in this strange, wonderful, terrible new reality, Harry felt something approaching hope. "I want to learn," he said, his voice growing stronger with each word. "I want to understand magic, and I want to know about my parents, and I want to become someone they would be proud of, and I want to make sure that what happened to me never happens to any other magical child." Lily's portrait beamed with pride. "That, my darling boy," she said, "sounds exactly like the kind of person we hoped you would grow up to be." As they made their way back through the depths of Gringotts, Harry's mind was spinning with possibilities that had been unimaginable just hours earlier. He had money, real money, enough to ensure his security and education. He had allies in Director Ragnarok and the Goblin Nation, who seemed genuinely committed to protecting him from further exploitation. Most importantly, he had the truth about his parents, about his heritage, about the reasons behind the suffering he had endured. But with these revelations came a new understanding of just how completely he had been betrayed by the adult world. The man who was supposed to protect him had not only failed in that duty, but had actively profited from his suffering. The relatives who were supposed to love him had taken payment for his care while treating him with deliberate cruelty. As they emerged into the marble lobby of Gringotts, Harry Potter was no longer the same boy who had collapsed from exhaustion in the leaky cauldron. He was someone with power, with resources, with knowledge of his own worth. He was someone who had been grievously wronged, but who now had the means to seek justice. Most importantly, he was someone who knew, beyond any doubt, that he had been deeply and unconditionally loved by parents who had died to protect him. That knowledge, more than any amount of gold or any legal victory, was the foundation upon which he could begin to build a life worthy of their sacrifice. The boy who had fled Privet Drive in fear and desperation was gone forever. In his place stood Harry Potter, heir to one of the most ancient magical families in Britain, survivor of the darkest wizard in history, and someone who was finally ready to claim his place in the world that had always been his birthright. The journey ahead would not be easy, but for the first time in his life, Harry was not facing it alone. The offer came as Harry was still processing the magnitude of what he had learned in the vaults below. Director Ragnarok had led him back to a private office that spoke of centuries of accumulated authority, its walls lined with documents that seemed to shimmer with their own magical protections. The chair they provided for Harry was sized appropriately for someone his age, but the gravity of the conversation made him feel much older than 8 years. Director Ragnarok settled behind his massive desk with the deliberate movements of someone about to discuss matters of great importance. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of formal ceremony. "Mr. Potter," he said, his dark eyes holding Harry's gaze steadily, "what I am about to propose is unprecedented in the modern relationship between wizard kind and goblin kind. However, your circumstances are equally unprecedented, and exceptional situations require exceptional solutions." Harry found himself leaning forward, drawn by the solemnity in the goblin's voice. "The Goblin Nation has certain legal protections that extend beyond the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic," Director Ragnarok continued. "Ancient treaties, signed in blood and gold, that guarantee our sovereignty in matters pertaining to those who seek sanctuary within our halls." He paused, studying Harry's expression with the attention of someone evaluating a complex business proposition. "I am offering you formal sanctuary under goblin protection," he said simply. "Not as a temporary measure while legal matters are sorted out, but as a permanent arrangement. You would be considered a ward of the Goblin Nation, with all the rights and protections that such a status entails." The words hung in the air between them, loaded with implications that Harry was only beginning to understand. Sanctuary. Protection. A permanent arrangement that would take him away from the world that had failed him so completely. What would that mean? Harry asked, his voice careful and thoughtful. What would my life look like? Director Ragnarok's expression softened slightly, revealing something that might have been paternal concern beneath his professional demeanor. You would live here in Gringotts, he said. We have residential quarters that have housed visiting dignitaries and long-term guests. You would receive an education appropriate to your heritage, taught by the finest tutors that gold can secure. Most importantly, you would be safe from those who have failed in their duty to protect you. Harry considered this offer with the careful attention he had learned to apply to any major decision. Safety was appealing, certainly, and the idea of education filled him with a hunger that went deeper than his physical needs. But there was something in the way Director Ragnarok spoke that suggested complications he was not yet ready to reveal. What about other children? Harry asked. Would I have friends my own age? Director Ragnarok's expression grew thoughtful. The goblin community includes families, naturally, he said. Children who could serve as companions and playmates. However, I must be honest with you, Mr. Potter. Goblin children mature at a different rate than human children, and our cultural expectations may be unfamiliar to you. He gestured toward a portrait on the wall that showed a goblin family in formal dress, their expressions dignified but distant. We value discipline, precision, and respect for authority above the more casual interactions that human children often prefer. Friendship among goblins is earned through demonstrated competence and shared achievement rather than simple compatibility. Harry nodded slowly, recognizing the truth in what Director Ragnarok was telling him. This would not be a childhood in any conventional sense, but then he had never really had a conventional childhood anyway. The educational opportunities, Harry said. What would I learn? Director Ragnarok's eyes lit up with genuine enthusiasm. Everything, he said simply. Magical theory at a level far beyond what you would receive at Hogwarts. Goblin mathematics and engineering, which form the foundation of our superiority in matters of finance and construction. Languages, both magical and mundane. History, not just the sanitized version taught to wizard children, but the real story of our world's conflicts and alliances. He leaned forward across his desk, his voice taking on the passion of someone discussing his life's work. But most importantly, Mr. Potter, you would learn to think independently, to question authority, to evaluate evidence, to make decisions based on logic and principle rather than sentiment and tradition. You would become someone who could not be manipulated or deceived, someone who could protect himself and others from the kind of failures that have marked your early life. The offer was tempting beyond anything Harry had ever imagined. Safety, education, the company of beings who valued competence over sentiment. But something about the conversation was triggering memories of other adults who had made promises about his future, other situations where his preferences had been discussed but not truly considered. What if I don't like it? Harry asked quietly. What if goblin culture doesn't suit me, or if I want something different for my life? Director Ragnarok studied him for a long moment, and Harry had the sense that this question had revealed something the goblin had been hoping to see. Then you would be free to leave, he said firmly. The sanctuary I offer comes with no chains, Mr. Potter. You would remain here because you chose to, not because you were trapped or obligated. If you decided that your path lay elsewhere, the Goblin Nation would ensure your safe passage to whatever life you preferred. The honesty in his voice was reassuring, but Harry found himself thinking of other considerations. What about my parents? He said. The portraits in the vault. Would I be able to visit them? Of course, Director Ragnarok said immediately. Your inheritance remains yours regardless of your living arrangements. Indeed, one advantage of residing in Gringotts is that you would have regular access to your family's legacy, without the complications of external guardianship. As they spoke, the office door opened to admit a young goblin who appeared to be perhaps 10 years old in human terms, though Harry was beginning to understand that appearances could be misleading when dealing with non-human magical beings. The newcomer was dressed in miniature versions of the formal robes worn by adult goblins, but his expression held a curiosity that seemed genuinely youthful. "Mr. Potter," Director Ragnarok said, rising from his chair with obvious pleasure. "May I present my nephew, Ironpick? He has been eager to meet the young wizard who has caused such a stir in our normally orderly halls." Ironpick stepped forward with the formal precision that seemed characteristic of goblin interactions, but when he spoke, his voice carried warmth that transcended cultural differences. "Mr. Potter," he said, inclining his head in a gesture that managed to be respectful without being obsequious. "I have heard of your escape from those who mistreated you. Among my people, such resourcefulness in the face of adversity is considered a mark of great character." Harry found himself smiling for the first time since entering the bank. "Please," he said, "just Harry. I'm not used to being called Mr. Potter." Ironpick's expression brightened noticeably. "Then you must call me Iron," he said. "Ironpick is my formal name, used for ceremonies and introductions, but my friends call me Iron." The casual offer of friendship was so unexpected, so refreshingly normal after hours of adult conversations about legal protections and educational opportunities, that Harry felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. "Iron," Harry repeated, testing the name. "I like that." "It suits you." Over the next several hours, as Director Ragnarok attended to other business, Iron became Harry's guide to the residential portions of Gringotts. The living quarters were more luxurious than anything Harry had ever seen, but it was Iron's commentary that made them feel potentially welcoming rather than intimidatingly formal. "The thing about goblin homes," Iron explained as they walked through corridors lined with artwork that seemed to shift and change as they passed, is that everything serves multiple purposes. Beauty is important, but function is essential. That tapestry there, for example, is not just decorative. It tells the story of a particularly clever financial negotiation that saved 3 goblin clans from bankruptcy. Harry studied the moving images woven into the fabric, watching tiny figures engage in what appeared to be heated discussions around a table laden with documents. "How can you tell what they're saying?" Harry asked. Iron grinned, revealing teeth that were sharper than human norm, but somehow seemed friendly rather than threatening. "Goblin tapestries include audio enchantments," he explained. "If you know the activation phrase, you can hear the actual conversations that inspired the artwork. My grandfather was one of the negotiators in that particular case, and he loves to have us listen to his younger self making what he now admits were some rather foolish demands." The residential quarters included a library that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, and floating platforms provided access to volumes that would otherwise have been far beyond reach. The texts were written in a variety of languages, some of which used symbols that Harry had never seen before. "These are the educational resources we mentioned," Iron said, noting Harry's fascination. "Everything from basic magical theory to advanced goblin engineering. But the really interesting books are in the restricted section." He gestured toward a portion of the library that was separated from the rest by what appeared to be a wall of shimmering energy. "Those contain knowledge that could be dangerous in the wrong hands," Iron continued. "Military strategy, curse development, the true history of wizard-goblin conflicts. Students have to demonstrate both competence and ethical grounding before they're granted access." Harry found himself drawn toward the restricted section, not by any desire for dangerous knowledge, but by the principle it represented. Here was a place where information was protected, not through arbitrary authority, but through earned trust. The dining hall was perhaps the most surprising aspect of the goblin residential areas. Rather than the formal, intimidating space Harry had expected, it was warm and welcoming, with tables sized for various age groups and conversation that flowed freely between adults and children. Goblin families eat together, Iron explained, as they observed the evening meal in progress. Children are expected to participate in adult conversations, to ask questions, to offer opinions. We believe that intellectual development requires engagement with complex ideas from an early age. Harry watched as a goblin child who appeared to be even younger than himself engaged in what seemed to be a spirited debate with several adults about the merits of different investment strategies. The child's opinions were listened to with genuine attention, and when the adults disagreed, they explained their reasoning with patience and respect. "It's different from human families," Iron said, following Harry's gaze. "Less emphasis on emotional comfort, perhaps, but more focus on developing competence and independence. Children here are expected to think for themselves rather than simply accepting adult authority." As the evening progressed, Harry found himself settling into conversations with various members of the goblin community. They asked him about his experiences with remarkable directness, but their questions seemed motivated by genuine interest rather than mere curiosity. An elderly goblin named Goldforge spent nearly an hour discussing Harry's accidental magic, offering theories about emotional triggers and the development of magical control that were far more sophisticated than anything Harry had encountered elsewhere. "Your magic responds to your emotional state because you have never been taught proper control techniques," Goldforge explained. "Not because you lack the ability, but because those responsible for your education failed to provide appropriate instruction. With proper training, you could learn to direct your magical energy with precision rather than simply reacting to external stimuli." A middle-aged goblin named Silveridge engaged Harry in a discussion about human-goblin relations that opened his eyes to aspects of magical society he had never considered. "Most wizards," she said, with characteristic goblin bluntness, "view our people as useful, but inferior. They appreciate our skills with metalwork and finance, but they do not truly respect our intelligence or our culture. This attitude has led to centuries of conflict and mistrust." She studied Harry's expression carefully before continuing. "You, however, seem to possess an unusual openness to perspectives beyond your own experience. This suggests that you might be capable of the kind of thinking that could eventually bridge some of these cultural divides." As the evening drew to a close, Harry found himself in the residential quarters that Director Ragnarok had indicated could be his if he chose to accept the sanctuary offer. The rooms were spacious and comfortable, with furnishings that managed to be both elegant and functional. A large window looked out over the goblin sections of underground London, revealing a community that was far more extensive and sophisticated than he had ever imagined. But it was the small details that made the space feel potentially welcoming. Books selected specifically for his age and interests, art that included both goblin and human subjects, a desk sized appropriately for someone his height but designed to accommodate years of growth. Iron had remained with him throughout the evening, and as they sat in the main room of the quarters, Harry found himself asking the questions that had been building throughout the day. "Are you happy here?" Harry asked. "Living with the goblins, being educated in their ways?" Iron considered this question with the thoughtfulness that seemed characteristic of his people. "Happiness is not really the goal," he said slowly. "Goblins value competence, achievement, the satisfaction that comes from mastering difficult skills and contributing to the community. But yes, I suppose I am happy. I am challenged. I am respected. I am learning to become someone who can make a meaningful difference in the world." He looked at Harry with obvious curiosity. "What about you?" he asked. "What would make you happy?" Harry thought about this question, trying to identify feelings and desires that he had never been allowed to explore. "I want to learn," he said finally. "I want to understand magic and history and all the things that no one ever bothered to teach me. I want to become someone my parents would be proud of, someone who can protect other children from the kind of life I had." Iron nodded approvingly. "Those are worthy goals," he said, "and they are goals that could be achieved here, among my people. But they could also be achieved elsewhere, if you found that goblin culture was not compatible with your nature. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Director Ragnok, who entered with the quiet authority that marked all his movements. "Mr. Potter," he said, settling into a chair that had clearly been designed for someone of his stature. "I trust your evening has been informative." Harry nodded, suddenly aware that he was expected to make a decision about his future. "It has been," he said honestly. "Everyone has been kind, and I can see that I would receive an excellent education here. But I have to ask, what would happen to my connection to the wizarding world if I accepted your offer?" Director Ragnok's expression grew thoughtful. "You would remain connected through your inheritance and your legal status," he said. "However, culturally and socially, you would become primarily goblin in your perspectives and loyalties. This is not necessarily a negative outcome, but it is a significant change from the path that was originally planned for your life." Harry absorbed this information, trying to weigh options that all seemed to carry both advantages and limitations. "How long do I have to decide?" he asked. Director Ragnok smiled, an expression that transformed his stern features into something almost grandfatherly. "As long as you need, Mr. Potter," he said. "The sanctuary offer stands regardless of how long you require to consider it. In the meantime, you are welcome to remain here as our guest while you explore your options." As Director Ragnok departed for the evening, Iron lingered behind, his expression thoughtful. "You know," he said, settling into the chair the adult goblin had vacated, "there is another option that my uncle did not mention. Something that has never been tried before, but which might suit your particular circumstances." Harry looked at him with curiosity. "What kind of option?" Harry asked. Iron's eyes lit up with the enthusiasm of someone proposing a particularly clever solution to a complex problem. "A cultural exchange," he said. "You could spend part of your time here, learning goblin ways and perspectives, and part of your time in the wider wizarding world, maintaining those connections as well. It would require more effort, more adaptation on your part, but it would allow you to develop competencies in both cultures." The idea was intriguing, offering a way to gain the benefits of goblin education without completely severing his connections to his magical heritage. "Would the goblin community accept such an arrangement?" Harry asked. Iron grinned with obvious confidence. "My people respect innovation and practical solutions," he said. "If you could demonstrate competence in both environments, if you could serve as a bridge between our communities, I believe they would not only accept such an arrangement, but would view it as beneficial to goblin interests." As Harry prepared for sleep in quarters more luxurious than anything he had ever experienced, he found his mind spinning with possibilities that had been unimaginable just days earlier. Safety, education, the company of beings who valued intelligence and independence above sentiment and tradition. But more than that, he was beginning to understand that he had options, real choices about his future, made with full knowledge of the alternatives available to him. Adults who were committed to his welfare were asking what he wanted, rather than simply deciding what would be convenient for them. The boy who had fled Privet Drive had been powerless, dependent on the arbitrary kindness of strangers and the unpredictable protection of accidental magic. But the boy who fell asleep in Gringotts that night was someone with allies, with resources, with the beginnings of a support system that could help him become whoever he chose to be. Tomorrow would bring new decisions, new possibilities, new steps along a path that was finally his own to choose. But tonight, for the first time in his 8 years of life, Harry Potter fell asleep, knowing that he was not only safe, but genuinely wanted by people who valued him for exactly who he was. The morning of Harry's first venture into Diagon Alley proper dawned with the particular brightness that seemed to characterize his new life among the goblins. He had been residing in Gringotts for nearly a week, and each day had brought revelations that challenged everything he thought he knew about himself and his place in the magical world. Griphook, who had become something of a mentor in matters of practical magic, waited for him in the main lobby of the bank with an expression that mixed professional duty with what might have been genuine affection. The goblin carried himself with the dignified bearing that Harry had learned to associate with those who held positions of real authority, but there was something in his eyes that suggested this particular expedition held significance beyond routine business. "Today, young Potter," Griphook said, his voice carrying the formal precision that marked important occasions, "we venture beyond the sanctuary of Gringotts to acquire the tools that will help you begin your true magical education." Harry adjusted the new robes that had been tailored specifically for him, marveling at how different it felt to wear clothes that actually fit properly. The fabric was of high quality but practical design, and the deep blue color had been chosen to complement his eyes in a way that no one had ever bothered to consider before. "The first wand," Harry said, testing the words that had been occupying his thoughts since Director Ragnarok had first explained the significance of the expedition. "The thing that will let me control my magic instead of having it control me." Griphook nodded approvingly. "Precisely," he said. "Though I must warn you that wand selection is rarely a simple matter. The process requires patience, openness to unexpected possibilities, and a willingness to trust in magics that are older and more mysterious than most wizards care to acknowledge." As they made their way through the marble corridors that connected the bank to the main thoroughfare of Diagon Alley, Harry found himself thinking about the conversations he had shared with Iron over the past several days. His new friend had described wand magic with the particular enthusiasm of someone who found the theoretical aspects as fascinating as the practical applications. "The thing that most wizards do not understand," Iron had explained during one of their late-evening discussions, "is that the wand does not simply channel magic. It forms a partnership with the wizard, a bond that influences not just how magic is cast, but how the wizard thinks about and relates to magical energy itself." Now, walking beside Griphook through the bustling magical street, Harry found himself wondering what kind of partnership awaited him. What aspect of his magical nature would be revealed through the selection process? Diagon Alley in full daylight was even more overwhelming than his first glimpse through the back entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. The shops pressed against each other with architectural enthusiasm, their colorful signs advertising everything from joke items to rare magical artifacts. Witches and wizards moved through the streets with the casual confidence of people entirely at home in their magical environment, and Harry found himself studying their faces with fascination. These were his people, in some fundamental sense, members of the magical community that had always been his birthright, even when he had been kept in ignorance of its existence. But watching them now, Harry was struck by how different his path to this place had been from what seemed to be the normal experience of magical children. A young witch about his own age walked past with her parents, chattering excitedly about her upcoming start at some preparatory school that would ready her for eventual enrollment at Hogwarts. Her robes were immaculate, her wand case was already monogrammed with her initials, and her entire demeanor spoke of a life where magic had always been expected and celebrated. Harry felt a brief pang of something that might have been envy, but it was quickly replaced by a different emotion entirely. Gratitude, perhaps, for the unusual path that had led him to this moment. The young witch with her perfect magical childhood would never understand the particular strength that came from surviving in a world that tried to crush your spirit, would never appreciate magic with the desperate intensity of someone who had discovered it after years of being told that strange abilities were something to be ashamed of. Ollivanders occupied a narrow shopfront that seemed to pulse with its own inner energy. The faded gold lettering above the door proclaimed the establishment's credentials with understated pride, and the windows displayed wands that seemed to shimmer with barely contained power. Griphook paused before the entrance, his expression taking on the particular gravity that Harry had learned to associate with significant moments. "Young Potter," he said, his voice carrying an unusual note of ceremony. "What you are about to experience may be unlike anything you have encountered before. Garrick Ollivander is widely regarded as the finest wandmaker of his generation, but he possesses certain eccentricities that some find unsettling. Harry looked up at the goblin with curiosity. "What kind of eccentricities?" he asked. Griphook's mouth twitched in what might have been amusement. He remembers every wand he has ever sold, and he has an unfortunate tendency to share detailed observations about their subsequent performance and the character traits they revealed in their owners, he explained. He also possesses an uncanny ability to discern things about young wizards that they may not yet know about themselves. The interior of the shop was dimmer than the bright street outside, but the walls seemed to glow with their own inner light. Thousands of narrow boxes were stacked from floor to ceiling, each one presumably containing a wand, waiting for its destined wizard. The air thrummed with magical energy, so dense that Harry could feel it against his skin like a physical presence. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice from the depths of the shop. "I wondered when you would visit me, Mr. Potter." The man who emerged from between the towering shelves was perhaps 60 years old, with wild silver hair and pale eyes that seemed to see far more than should have been possible. When he moved, it was with the particular grace of someone who had spent decades working with magical instruments of incredible delicacy. "Mr. Ollivander," Griphook said, inclining his head with the formal respect due to a master craftsman. "Young Potter is ready to be matched with his first wand." Ollivander's unusual eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was both fascinating and slightly unnerving. "Yes," he said, circling Harry with movements that seemed almost predatory. "Yes, I can sense it immediately. Magic that has been developing without proper guidance. Power that has learned to protect its wielder through desperate necessity rather than trained discipline." He paused directly in front of Harry, his pale eyes searching the boy's face as if reading a particularly complex text. "Your magical signature is most unusual, young Potter," he continued. "Strong, certainly, but with undertones that speak of trauma and survival, of abilities that have been forced to mature in isolation. Tell me, have you experienced instances of accidental magic that were unusually powerful or precise?" Harry nodded, thinking of the rubbish bin that had exploded with such perfect timing during his encounter with the older boys. "Several times," Harry said honestly, "usually when I was frightened or angry. But lately, it seems like my magic responds to what I need rather than just to what I'm feeling." Ollivander's eyebrows rose with obvious interest. "Fascinating," he murmured. "Adaptive magic, developing its own protective protocols in response to environmental pressures. This suggests an unusual degree of magical intelligence, an ability to learn and modify responses based on experience." He turned toward the shelves with sudden decision. "We shall start with the traditional approaches," he announced, pulling down several boxes with movements that spoke of decades of practice. "But I suspect your case may require more creative solutions." The first wand he offered was made of maple wood with what he explained was a unicorn hair core. The moment Harry's fingers closed around the handle, every glass object in the shop began to vibrate with harmonic resonance, creating a sound like distant singing. "Interesting reaction," Ollivander observed, retrieving the wand before any actual damage could occur. "Strong but undisciplined. The unicorn hair is responding to your innate goodness, but the maple wood is rejecting your survival instincts as incompatible with its nature." The second wand produced an even more dramatic response. "Oak and dragon heartstring," Ollivander explained as he handed it over. "Traditionally favored by wizards who value strength and direct action." This time, the magical energy that erupted from the wand was so intense that several of the higher shelves began to smoke. Harry dropped the wand immediately, alarmed by the sensation of power that felt dangerous rather than controlled. "Too much raw force," Ollivander said, retrieving the smoking wand with movements that suggested he had dealt with such reactions before. "Dragon heartstring amplifies natural magical strength, and yours appears to be considerable even without enhancement." Over the next hour, Harry tried nearly 24 wands, each one producing reactions that ranged from mildly interesting to actively hazardous. Ollivander observed each response with the fascination of a researcher, gathering data about a particularly intriguing phenomenon. "Your magic is remarkably adaptive," the wand-maker mused as he replaced a wand that had produced a shower of silver sparks. "Each core material reveals different aspects of your magical nature, but none of them seem to achieve proper balance with your current state of development." Griphook, who had been watching these proceedings with obvious interest, stepped forward with an expression of growing concern. "Is it possible that young Potter is simply too young for wand magic?" he asked. "Perhaps his magical development requires more time before it can be properly channeled." Ollivander shook his head decisively. "No," he said, his pale eyes bright with intellectual excitement. "The raw power is certainly present, and the control mechanisms are more sophisticated than I would expect from an untrained child. The problem is not immaturity, but rather complexity." He moved toward a section of the shop that Harry had not noticed before, shelves that seemed to be separated from the rest by subtle barriers of shimmering energy. "Your magical signature suggests multiple influences, young Potter," Ollivander explained, as he examined wands that looked older and more elaborate than those they had been testing. "The protective magic your mother used to save your life, the residual connection to the Dark Lord who tried to kill you, and now the adaptive development that occurred during your years of enforced independence." He selected a wand that gleamed with inner light, its handle carved from what appeared to be a single piece of pale wood. "Holly and phoenix feather," he said, offering it to Harry with unusual ceremony. 11 inches, supple. The wood represents protection and renewal, while the phoenix feather speaks to resurrection and loyalty. Most significantly, this wand shares a core with the wand that gave you your scar. The moment Harry's fingers touched the handle, the world seemed to shift around him. The magical energy that flowed through the wand felt like coming home, like finding something he had been missing his entire life without knowing it existed. Golden light filled the shop, warm and welcoming, and Harry felt his magic settle into patterns that were both natural and precisely controlled. "Magnificent," Ollivander breathed, his eyes shining with professional satisfaction. "Absolutely magnificent. The compatibility is extraordinary, but more than that, the wand is already adapting to your unique magical signature." Harry raised the wand experimentally, and tiny golden stars flowed from its tip, dancing through the air with elegant precision before dissolving into sparkles of light. "How does it feel?" Griphook asked, his voice carrying genuine curiosity. "Like it belongs to me," Harry said, marveling at the sensation of having magic that responded to his intentions rather than his emotions. "Like I can finally do what I mean to do instead of just reacting to what frightens me." Ollivander nodded with obvious approval. "The Holly Wand will serve you well, young Potter," he said, "but I sense that your magical education may require additional tools as your abilities continue to develop." He moved toward another section of the shop, this one containing wands that looked different from anything Harry had seen before. The handles were longer, the wood was darker, and each one seemed to radiate its own distinct magical presence. "These are experimental designs," Ollivander explained, selecting a wand that seemed to be made from wood so dark it was almost black, for wizards whose magical signatures are too complex for traditional single-core wands. The second wand was rowan wood with dragon heartstring, 13 inches with unusual flexibility. When Harry held it alongside his holly wand, the two seemed to resonate with each other, creating harmonics that made the air itself seem to sing. "Remarkable," Ollivander said, his voice filled with wonder. "Two wands, each addressing different aspects of your magical nature. The holly for protective and healing magic, the rowan for more aggressive defensive applications." Harry looked between the two wands, trying to understand what was happening. "Is it normal for wizards to have two wands?" he asked. Ollivander's expression grew thoughtful. "Not normal," he said slowly. But then, very little about your circumstances could be considered normal. Your magical development has been so unusual that traditional approaches may prove inadequate. He moved to his desk and began making notes with a quill that seemed to write on its own initiative. The dual wand configuration suggests a wizard who will need to master both healing and combat magic, he continued. Someone who must be prepared to protect others as well as himself, who will face challenges that require both gentle precision and devastating force. Griphook stepped forward, his expression serious. "What are you suggesting, Mr. Ollivander?" he asked. The wandmaker looked up from his notes with an expression that mixed professional excitement with something that might have been concern. "I am suggesting that young Potter's magical signature indicates he will play a significant role in future conflicts," he said quietly. "The dual wand response is unprecedented in my experience, but the magical resonance is undeniable. He is being prepared for challenges that will require every tool at his disposal." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in the shop. "What kind of challenges?" he asked, though part of him was not sure he wanted to know the answer. Ollivander's pale eyes grew distant, as if he were seeing possibilities that extended far beyond the confines of his shop. "That, young Potter, remains to be seen," he said softly. "But the magic itself is preparing you, developing abilities and connections that suggest your story is far from over." As they completed the transaction and prepared to leave the shop, Ollivander offered one final observation that would stay with Harry for years to come. "Remember, young Potter," he said, his voice carrying the weight of accumulated wisdom. "The wand chooses the wizard, but the wizard shapes the wand through use and intent. These wands have chosen you for reasons that may not become clear for many years, but they will grow with you, adapt to your needs, become extensions of your very essence." He paused, his unusual eyes holding Harry's gaze steadily. "Use them wisely," he concluded. "Use them to protect those who cannot protect themselves. And remember that the greatest magic is not in the wands themselves, but in the heart and mind of the wizard who wields them." As they walked back through Diagon Alley toward Gringotts, Harry found himself acutely aware of the two wands secured in their cases. The holly wand felt warm and reassuring, while the rowan seemed to pulse with barely contained energy. Together, they represented possibilities that were both exhilarating and terrifying. Griphook walked beside him in thoughtful silence until they reached the entrance to the bank. "Young Potter," the goblin said, his voice carrying unusual gravity. "What Mr. Ollivander told you about future challenges, about the significance of your dual wand configuration, these are matters that require careful consideration." Harry looked up at his goblin mentor, sensing that another important conversation was about to begin. "What do you think it means?" Harry asked. Griphook's expression grew contemplative. "I think it means that your life will not be simple or peaceful," he said honestly. "I think it means that you will be called upon to face dangers and responsibilities that most wizards never encounter. But I also think it means that you will have the tools and abilities necessary to meet those challenges." They entered the bank lobby, and Harry felt the familiar sense of safety that had come to associate with Gringotts. But now that safety was tempered by the understanding that his sanctuary was temporary, that eventually he would need to venture into a wider world that held both wonders and perils beyond his current comprehension. That evening, as he practiced simple spells under Iron's encouraging supervision, Harry found himself thinking about the path that had led him to this moment. The boy who had fled Privet Drive in terror and desperation seemed like someone from another lifetime. But the journey from that frightened child to this young wizard with two wands and a growing understanding of his own power felt both impossibly long and surprisingly short. The wands responded to his intentions with precision that still amazed him. Simple lighting charms, basic levitation, protective shields that shimmered with golden energy. Each spell felt natural and controlled, magic that served his will rather than overwhelming it. But with that control came responsibility, and with responsibility came the understanding that his magical education was about more than personal development. Ollivander's words about protecting those who could not protect themselves echoed in his mind, and Harry found himself thinking about other children who might be trapped in situations like the one he had escaped. As he fell asleep that night, the two wands resting in their cases beside his bed, Harry Potter began to understand that his story was indeed far from over. The boy who had discovered magic through desperation and survival was becoming someone else entirely. Someone who might one day have the power to ensure that no other magical child suffered as he had suffered. The wands had chosen him, but now it was his responsibility to become worthy of that choice, and for the first time in his life, Harry believed that he might actually be capable of meeting such a monumental challenge. The morning after his wand selection, Harry woke with a sense of anticipation that felt entirely foreign to his previous experience. For 8 years, mornings had meant dread, the prospect of new punishments, or the continuation of old ones. But this morning brought the promise of exploration, of learning, of finally beginning to understand the magical world that had claimed him as its own. Iron was waiting for him in the residential dining hall, his expression bright with the particular enthusiasm that Harry had learned to associate with his goblin friend's love of intellectual discovery. Beside him sat a stack of books that looked both inviting and intimidating, their leather bindings worn smooth by countless hands, and their titles stamped in gold lettering that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. "Good morning, Harry," Iron said, gesturing toward the books with obvious pride. "I have taken the liberty of selecting some introductory texts that might help you begin to understand the theoretical foundations of magical practice." Harry settled into the chair across from his friend, marveling at how natural such simple interactions had become. The idea of someone anticipating his educational needs, of preparing resources specifically for his benefit, was still so novel that it made his chest tight with emotions he struggled to identify. "Where do we start?" Harry asked, running his fingers along the spine of the topmost book. The title, Basic Principles of Magical Theory by Miranda Goshawk, spoke of knowledge that had been kept from him for his entire life. Iron's eyes lit up with the particular satisfaction of someone about to share treasured knowledge. With understanding the fundamental difference between accidental magic and intentional spellwork, he said, opening the first book to a chapter that was illustrated with diagrams showing the flow of magical energy through the human body. What you have been experiencing during your years with the Muggles was your magic protecting you, responding to emotional and physical stress without conscious direction. Harry studied the diagrams with fascination, noting how the illustrations showed magical energy as golden threads that seemed to pulse with their own rhythm. "But now that I have wands," Iron continued, "the magic can be directed rather than simply released. The wands serve as focuses, allowing you to channel your natural abilities with precision and intent." Over the following hours, Iron guided Harry through concepts that transformed his understanding of everything that had happened to him during his years of isolation. The strange incidents, the impossible escapes, the moments when reality seemed to bend around his desperate needs, all of it finally made sense within the framework of magical theory. "Your magic was unusually strong, even as a small child," Iron explained, as they worked through exercises designed to help Harry feel the flow of energy within his own body. Most magical children experience only minor incidents of accidental magic, simple expressions of emotion or desire. But your circumstances forced your magic to become more sophisticated, more protective. Harry closed his eyes and tried to sense the magical currents that Iron was describing. At first, there was nothing but the normal awareness of his own heartbeat and breathing, but gradually, as he relaxed into the meditation techniques Iron had taught him, he began to perceive something else. A warmth that seemed to flow through his chest and arms, a gentle thrumming that felt like music played too low to hear, but strong enough to feel in his bones. "I can sense it," Harry said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "It feels like sunlight, but from inside." Iron nodded with obvious satisfaction. "That is your magical core," he said, "the source of all your abilities. With proper training, you will learn to direct that energy through your wands, to shape it according to your will, to use it to achieve specific goals rather than simply reacting to circumstances." As the morning progressed, Harry found himself immersed in texts that revealed the complexity and elegance of magical theory. Books on the history of spellcraft, volumes dedicated to the proper care and feeding of magical creatures, treatises on the ethical use of power that had been written by wizards who had grappled with questions Harry was only beginning to understand. But it was a slim volume titled Magical Ethics for Young Practitioners that captured his attention most completely. The author, someone named Batilda Bagshot, had written with the kind of clarity that made complex moral questions accessible to readers of any age. Magic, the text explained, was not inherently good or evil, but rather a tool that reflected the intentions and character of its user. The same spell that could heal a wound could also cause one. The same magical energy that could protect the innocent could also oppress them, depending entirely on the choices made by the wizard wielding it. This concept resonated with Harry in ways that surprised him. The magic that had protected him during his years with the Dursleys had sometimes manifested in ways that could have been dangerous to others. The exploding rubbish bin that had allowed him to escape from the older boys could just as easily have seriously injured someone. The question was not whether he had the power to cause harm, but whether he chose to use that power responsibly. "Iron," Harry said, looking up from the ethics text with a troubled expression. "What happens if a wizard makes bad choices? If they use their magic to hurt people instead of helping them?" Iron's expression grew serious, and Harry sensed that they were entering territory that his goblin friend considered particularly important. "Then they become dark wizards," Iron said simply. "Beings who have chosen to prioritize their own desires over the welfare of others, who use their abilities to take rather than to give, to destroy rather than to create." He gestured toward a section of the library that Harry had noticed was kept separate from the other books, protected by what appeared to be both physical and magical barriers. "The restricted section contains accounts of such wizards," he continued. "Records of the damage they caused, analyses of the choices that led them down dark paths, warnings about the seductive nature of power used without restraint." Harry thought about this for a long moment, remembering the casual cruelty of his relatives, the way they had used their authority over him to cause suffering that served no purpose beyond their own satisfaction. "The Dark Lord that everyone mentioned," Harry said slowly. "Voldemort. He was someone who made those kinds of choices." Iron nodded gravely. "The darkest wizard in recent history," he confirmed. "Someone who began with abilities similar to your own, but who chose to use them for conquest and destruction rather than protection and creation. Someone who became so consumed with his own power that he lost any connection to the humanity he had once possessed." The weight of this knowledge settled over Harry like a heavy cloak. The power that flowed through his magical core, the abilities that had protected him during his darkest hours, carried with them the potential for great good or great evil. The choice was his to make, and the consequences of that choice would extend far beyond his own life. As the afternoon wore on, Iron introduced Harry to practical exercises designed to help him begin channeling his magic through his new wands. Simple spells, basic applications of magical theory that would form the foundation for more advanced work. The Holy Wand responded to his intentions with warmth and precision, producing lights that danced through the air like captured starlight when he attempted the basic illumination charm. The Rowan wand felt different in his hand, more aggressive, more focused, creating shields that shimmered with protective energy when he practiced the basic defensive spells Iron had shown him. "You are learning remarkably quickly," Iron observed, as Harry successfully levitated a small book across the room using nothing but focused intention and the proper wand movements. Most young wizards require weeks to achieve this level of control with their first spells. Harry set the book down gently, marveling at the sensation of magic that responded to his conscious direction rather than his unconscious fears. "It feels natural," he said, testing the holly wand's response to a charm that created tiny flowers from thin air, like something I have always known how to do, but never had the tools to accomplish. That evening, as Harry sat in the Goblin Library surrounded by books that were beginning to feel like old friends, he found himself thinking about the path that had brought him to this moment. The boy who had fled Privet Drive had been driven by desperation and terror, seeking nothing more than escape from immediate danger. But the boy who sat here now was beginning to understand that he had been running toward something as much as away from it. The magical world offered possibilities that extended far beyond personal safety or comfort. Here was a community where knowledge was valued, where unusual abilities were celebrated rather than punished, where an 8-year-old boy could be taken seriously as a thinking being capable of making important decisions about his own future. But with those possibilities came responsibilities that were both exhilarating and terrifying. The power that flowed through his wands could reshape reality in ways both subtle and dramatic. The knowledge contained in these books could unlock secrets that had been guarded for centuries. The choices he made in the coming years would determine not just his own fate, but potentially the fate of others who might depend on his protection. Iron appeared beside his chair with the quiet stealth that seemed characteristic of goblin movement, carrying a tea service that included Harry's favorite blend and the particular type of small cakes that had become their evening ritual. "You seem thoughtful tonight," Iron observed, settling into his customary chair with movements that spoke of genuine friendship rather than mere courtesy. "What occupies your mind?" Harry accepted the offered tea gratefully, using the few moments required to prepare it to organize his thoughts. "I am thinking about responsibility," Harry said finally, "about the fact that having power means having the ability to help or harm others, and that the choice between those options will define who I become." Iron nodded with obvious approval. "That is the kind of thinking that separates good wizards from dark ones," he said. "The recognition that power carries obligations, that abilities are gifts to be used in service of something larger than personal desire." He sipped his own tea thoughtfully before continuing. "Among my people, we have a saying," he said. "Gold has value only when it is used wisely. Magic is the same. It is not the possession of power that makes a wizard great, but the wisdom with which that power is employed." Harry considered this, thinking about the wizards he had encountered since arriving in the magical world. Tom at the Leaky Cauldron, who used his magical abilities to create a sanctuary for travelers and refugees. Madame Clearwater, who had dedicated her healing skills to helping those who had been hurt by others. Director Ragnok, who used his authority to protect those who needed protection. "I want to be like them," Harry said quietly. "Like the adults who helped me when I needed help. I want to use whatever abilities I develop to make sure other children do not have to suffer the way I suffered." Iron's expression grew warm with something that might have been pride. "That is a worthy goal," he said, "and it is one that your magical education can help you achieve. But remember that becoming someone who can protect others requires first becoming someone who can protect yourself. You must develop both the knowledge and the strength necessary to stand against those who would cause harm." As the evening progressed, Ion introduced Harry to more advanced texts that dealt with the practical applications of magical theory. Books on defensive magic, treatises on healing arts, volumes dedicated to the kinds of protections that could shield entire communities from dark wizards and other threats. "These are the tools you will need," Ion explained, as Harry examined a text on ward creation that was filled with diagrams so complex they made his head spin. Not just the ability to cast spells, but the knowledge to understand how magic works, why certain approaches succeed where others fail, how to adapt your methods to meet unexpected challenges. Harry traced one of the diagrams with his finger, marveling at the intricate patterns that supposedly could create barriers strong enough to stop the most powerful dark magic. "How long does it take to learn all of this?" he asked, somewhat overwhelmed by the sheer volume of knowledge that seemed to be required. Iron smiled with the particular warmth that had made their friendship possible. "A lifetime," he said honestly. "But the basics, the foundation skills that will allow you to protect yourself and begin helping others, those can be learned in a few years with proper instruction and dedicated effort." He leaned forward, his expression growing more serious. "The question is not how long it will take, but whether you have the dedication to pursue knowledge even when it becomes difficult, even when the learning process requires you to confront uncomfortable truths about yourself and the world around you." Harry thought about the 8 years he had spent learning to survive in an environment designed to break his spirit, about the weeks he had spent navigating the streets of London with nothing but determination and whatever kindness he could find from strangers. If he could survive all of that, surely he could handle the challenges of magical education. "I do," Harry said, his voice carrying conviction that surprised him with its strength. "I want to learn everything, to become someone who can make a difference, someone who can ensure that no other magical child has to grow up the way I did." Iron nodded, with obvious satisfaction. "Then tomorrow we begin your formal magical education," he said. "Not just theory and basic spells, but the systematic development of the skills and knowledge you will need to achieve your goals." As Harry prepared for sleep that night, surrounded by books that represented possibilities he was only beginning to understand, he found himself thinking about the conversation with Iron and the commitments he had made. The path ahead would not be easy, but it would be his own choice, guided by values and goals that he had chosen for himself rather than had imposed upon him by others. The boy who had escaped from Privet Drive had been running from something, but the boy who fell asleep in the Goblin residential quarters was running toward something, toward a future where his strange abilities would be tools for protection rather than sources of shame, toward a life where he could be someone who mattered to others in positive ways. The books that surrounded him represented more than just knowledge. They were invitations to become someone he could be proud of, someone his parents would have been proud of, someone who could stand against the darkness that had claimed too many lives and protect those who could not protect themselves. Tomorrow would bring the beginning of that transformation, the first formal steps along a path that would lead from victim to protector, from powerless child to capable guardian. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was eager to see what morning would bring. The magical menagerie occupied a corner of Diagon Alley that seemed to exist in a state of barely controlled chaos. Even from the street, Harry could hear the symphony of sounds that emerged from within, chirping, growling, squeaking, and calls that belonged to no creatures he had ever encountered in the mundane world. The shop's windows were fogged with condensation from within, and occasionally a shadow would pass behind the glass that suggested inhabitants far larger than the building should have been able to contain. Iron walked beside him, with obvious excitement, his goblin features animated by the particular enthusiasm he reserved for educational expeditions that promised to expand Harry's understanding of the magical world. Over the past week, their friendship had deepened through shared discoveries and late-evening conversations that ranged across topics from magical theory to ethical philosophy, and Harry had come to value his friend's perspective on matters both practical and profound. "Today we explore the bonds between wizards and magical creatures," Iron said as they approached the shop's entrance. "Among my people, such relationships are considered among the most sacred forms of magic, partnerships that can enhance both beings in ways that individual effort cannot achieve." Harry nodded, though he found himself experiencing a flutter of nervousness that had nothing to do with the unknown creatures they were about to encounter. The concept of bonding with a magical being, of forming a connection based on mutual choice and affection, was both appealing and terrifying to someone whose experience with relationships had been so consistently disappointing. "What if none of them like me?" Harry asked quietly, voicing the fear that had been growing stronger as they approached their destination. "What if I am not the kind of person that magical creatures want to bond with?" Iron paused in his stride, turning to face Harry with an expression of genuine surprise. "Harry," he said, his voice carrying the particular warmth that had made their friendship possible, "you possess one of the gentlest magical signatures I have ever encountered. Your magic carries the resonance of someone who has suffered, but who has not allowed that suffering to harden his heart toward others. Magical creatures are extraordinarily sensitive to such qualities. The interior of the magical menagerie was even more overwhelming than the sounds from the street had suggested. Cages and enclosures filled every available space, creating a maze of habitats that seemed to extend far beyond the physical boundaries of the shop. The air was thick with the scents of hay and exotic flowers, of creatures from climates and ecosystems that spanned the globe, and underneath it all, the unmistakable feeling of magic so dense it seemed to press against Harry's skin. A witch, perhaps 40 years old, emerged from the depths of the shop, her robes marked with what appeared to be food stains, and her hair escaping from a bun that had clearly been designed more for practicality than appearance. When she spoke, her voice carried the particular authority of someone who had spent decades working with beings that required both respect and firm boundaries. "Good afternoon," she said, her eyes taking in Harry's small stature and obvious nervousness with obvious understanding. "I am Olivia Clearweather, proprietor of this establishment. Iron sent word that you were interested in exploring potential familiar bonds." Harry found himself nodding, though his attention was immediately captured by a cage near the counter that contained what appeared to be a miniature dragon, no larger than his hand. The creature was watching him with intelligent eyes that seemed to hold more awareness than should have been possible in something so small. "That is a common Welsh green hatchling," Mrs. Clearweather explained, noting the direction of Harry's gaze. "Not suitable for bonding with someone your age, I'm afraid. Dragons require handlers with years of specialized training, even the small varieties." But there was something in her tone that suggested she was not dismissing his interest so much as evaluating his readiness for different types of magical partnerships. "Tell me, young Potter," she continued, leading him deeper into the shop with movements that spoke of someone entirely at ease in this environment of controlled chaos. "What draws you to the idea of a familiar bond? What do you hope to gain from such a partnership?" Harry considered this question carefully, aware that his answer might determine what creatures he would be allowed to meet. "I want a friend," he said honestly. "Someone who chooses to be with me because they want to, not because they have to. Someone I can protect, and who might protect me in return." Mrs. Clearweather's expression softened noticeably. "That is perhaps the most honest answer I have heard to that question," she said approvingly. "Most young wizards speak of power or prestige, of the magical advantages that certain familiar bonds can provide. But true partnerships are built on affection and mutual benefit, not on what one being can extract from another." She gestured toward a section of the shop that Harry had not noticed before, where the enclosures seemed larger and the inhabitants more diverse. "Let us see who might be interested in making your acquaintance," she said. The first creature they encountered was a cat that was clearly no ordinary feline. Its fur was silver-grey and seemed to shimmer with its own inner light, and its eyes held an intelligence that was immediately recognizable as magical. When Mrs. Clearweather opened the enclosure, the cat approached with dignified curiosity, allowing Harry to extend his hand for inspection. "This is Luna, a Kneasel hybrid," Mrs. Clearweather explained, as the cat sniffed Harry's fingers with obvious interest. "Kneasels are exceptionally intelligent and possess the ability to detect dishonest or dangerous humans. Luna has been with us for several months, waiting for someone she deems worthy of partnership. The cat's inspection was thorough and somehow intimate, as if she were evaluating not just his scent, but his character and intentions. After several minutes of consideration, Luna rubbed against Harry's hand with obvious approval, purring with a sound that seemed to resonate with magical harmonics. "She likes you," Mrs. Clearweather observed with obvious surprise. "Luna has rejected every potential partner who has visited since her arrival. Her approval suggests that she senses qualities in you that are particularly appealing to nasal sensibilities." Harry found himself smiling as Luna settled into his lap with obvious contentment. The cat's presence was soothing in a way that he had not expected, as if her approval validated something about his character that he had been uncertain of himself. But even as he enjoyed Luna's attention, Harry found his gaze drawn to other enclosures, other creatures that seemed to be watching him with varying degrees of interest. A small owl with enormous eyes, a ferret that appeared to be made of living shadow, and in the far corner of the shop, something that was singing with a voice so beautiful it made his chest ache with longing. The song was unlike anything Harry had ever heard, a melody that seemed to speak directly to his soul, promising healing and hope and the kind of unconditional love that he had glimpsed only in the magical portraits of his parents. As he followed the sound, Luna still purring in his arms, Harry found himself approaching an enclosure that seemed to glow with its own inner fire. The creature inside was perhaps the size of a small hawk, but its resemblance to any mundane bird ended there. Its feathers were the color of flame, shifting from gold to red to white with each movement, and its eyes held depths that seemed to reflect centuries of accumulated wisdom. When it noticed Harry's approach, the song intensified, becoming so achingly beautiful that tears began to gather in his eyes. "A phoenix chick," Mrs. Clearweather said softly, her voice filled with wonder. "I had wondered what was calling to you. Phoenix bonds are extraordinarily rare, young Potter. In all my years in this business, I have seen perhaps 3 such partnerships form." Harry approached the enclosure slowly, aware that he was in the presence of something far more significant than a potential pet. The phoenix continued its song, its eyes fixed on Harry's face with an intensity that seemed to see into the deepest parts of his being. "Why is she singing like that?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Mrs. Clearweather's expression grew thoughtful. "Phoenix song has healing properties," she explained, "both physical and emotional. She may be responding to trauma that she senses in your magical signature, offering comfort and restoration through her music." As if responding to this explanation, the phoenix's song shifted, becoming softer, but somehow more intimate, as if she were singing specifically for Harry's pain. The melody seemed to wrap around the places in his heart that still ached from years of neglect and cruelty, offering not forgetfulness, but acceptance, not erasure, but integration. When Mrs. Clearweather opened the enclosure, the phoenix emerged with movements that spoke of both grace and purpose. She was even more beautiful outside her cage, her feathers catching the shop's magical lighting in ways that made her seem to be made of living fire. Without hesitation, she flew directly to Harry's shoulder, settling there with obvious contentment and continuing her healing song. "Remarkable," Mrs. Clearweather breathed, her voice filled with professional amazement. "Ember has been with us since her hatching 6 months ago, and she has shown no interest in any potential partners. Phoenix chicks are particularly selective, often waiting years before choosing their bonded wizard." Iron, who had been observing these proceedings with obvious fascination, stepped forward with an expression that mixed excitement with something that might have been concern. "A phoenix bond is not undertaken lightly," he said, addressing Harry with the seriousness that marked their most important conversations. "Such partnerships involve responsibilities and obligations that can last for centuries. Phoenixes live far longer than humans, and the magical connection between bonded pairs can affect both beings in profound ways. Harry looked into Ember's ancient eyes, sensing intelligence and compassion that seemed to encompass understanding beyond his ability to comprehend. The small phoenix was still singing, her melody now specifically attuned to his magical signature in ways that felt like coming home. "What kind of responsibilities?" Harry asked, wanting to understand fully what such a bond would entail. Mrs. Clearweather's expression grew serious. "Phoenixes are healers by nature," she explained. "They are drawn to those who have suffered, but who have not allowed that suffering to corrupt their essential goodness. A Phoenix familiar will expect her bonded wizard to use their partnership in service of healing and protection to stand against those who would cause unnecessary harm to others." She paused, studying Harry's face carefully. "More specifically, Phoenix magic is particularly effective against dark wizards and their creatures. The bond would enhance your natural magical abilities, but it would also mark you as someone committed to fighting against the forces of darkness and cruelty." Harry thought about this, remembering his conversations with Ian about the ethical use of magical power, about the responsibilities that came with abilities that could reshape reality. The idea of being marked as someone committed to fighting darkness was both intimidating and oddly satisfying. "I want to help others," Harry said quietly. "I want to make sure that no other children have to suffer the way I suffered. If bonding with Ember would help me do that more effectively, then I want to accept that responsibility." Ember's song grew stronger, as if she were expressing approval of his decision. The small phoenix nuzzled against his cheek with movements that conveyed affection so pure and uncomplicated that Harry felt his chest tighten with emotions he struggled to identify. Mrs. Clearweather nodded slowly. "Then we proceed with the bonding ceremony," she said. "But first, you should understand what such a partnership will mean for your daily life. Phoenix familiars are not pets or servants. They are partners, equals in intelligence and magical ability, beings whose needs and preferences must be considered in every decision you make." Over the next hour, Mrs. Clearweather explained the practical aspects of Phoenix partnership. Ember would need a suitable perch in Harry's living quarters, a diet that included certain rare magical plants, and most importantly, regular opportunities to use her healing abilities in ways that served their shared commitment to protecting others. "Phoenixes draw strength from acts of healing and protection," she explained, as she prepared the magical implements required for the bonding ceremony. "The more you use your partnership to help others, the stronger both of you will become. But if you were to use your combined abilities for selfish or harmful purposes, Ember would sicken and eventually be forced to sever the bond to preserve her own nature." The bonding ceremony itself was surprisingly simple. Mrs. Clearweather had Harry and Ember sit facing each other while she spoke words in what sounded like an ancient form of Latin, her wand creating patterns of golden light that seemed to connect Harry's magical signature with the Phoenix's own radiant energy. Harry felt the moment when the connection formed, a sensation like sunlight flooding through his entire being. Ember's presence in his mind was gentle but unmistakable, a warm companionship that promised he would never again be truly alone. Through their new bond, he could sense her emotions, her absolute commitment to their partnership, her joy at finally finding someone whose heart resonated with her own dedication to healing and protection. "The bond is complete," Mrs. Clearweather announced, her voice filled with satisfaction and something that might have been pride. "Ember is now your familiar, your partner in magic, your companion for as long as both of you choose to maintain the relationship." As they prepared to leave the magical menagerie, Ember perched contentedly on Harry's shoulder, and Luna padding alongside them with feline dignity. Harry found himself reflecting on how profoundly his life had changed. The boy who had fled Privet Drive had been utterly alone, dependent on the kindness of strangers and the protection of accidental magic. But the boy who walked through Diagon Alley now was surrounded by beings who had chosen to be with him, who valued him for qualities he was only beginning to understand he possessed. Iron walked beside him with obvious pleasure, his goblin features bright with the satisfaction of someone who had witnessed a friend achieve something significant. "How do you feel?" Iron asked as they made their way back toward the entrance to Gringotts. Harry considered this question, trying to identify emotions that were both familiar and entirely new. "Complete," Harry said finally. "Like I have found pieces of myself that I did not know were missing." Ember trilled softly at this, her song conveying approval and affection that needed no translation. Through their bond, Harry could sense her contentment, her satisfaction at having found a partner whose commitment to protecting others matched her own instinctive drive toward healing and restoration. That evening, as Harry sat in his quarters at Gringotts with Ember perched nearby and Luna curled in his lap, he found himself thinking about the future with a clarity that had been absent from his earlier planning. The vague desire to help other magical children had crystallized into something more specific, more focused, more achievable. The bond with Ember had not just given him a companion, it had given him a purpose. Phoenix magic was uniquely suited to standing against dark wizards and their creatures, to healing the damage caused by those who chose cruelty over compassion. His partnership with the small phoenix marked him as someone committed to that fight, someone whose magical development would be guided by the principle of protection rather than personal advancement. But more than that, the unconditional acceptance he had received from both Ember and Luna had begun to heal wounds that he had not even realized he carried. The boy who had been told repeatedly that he was unwanted, that he was a burden to be endured rather than a person to be cherished, was beginning to understand that those messages had been lies designed to break his spirit rather than truths about his essential nature. As he prepared for sleep, Ember settled on her new perch with obvious contentment, while Luna claimed the foot of his bed with feline authority. For the first time in his 8 years of life, Harry Potter fell asleep, surrounded by beings who had chosen to be with him, who valued his company and his commitment to using his abilities in service of others. The transformation from victim to protector was not yet complete. But tonight, with his familiar's healing song providing a gentle counterpoint to his dreams, Harry began to understand what that transformation might eventually look like. He was no longer running from something, but moving toward it, toward a future where his strange abilities would be tools for healing rather than sources of shame, toward a life where he could be someone who mattered to others in the most positive possible ways. The Phoenix song that had first called to him in the magical menagerie had been an invitation to become someone worthy of such partnership. As sleep claimed him, Harry Potter accepted that invitation with all his heart, ready to become whoever he needed to be to deserve the trust and affection that Ember had offered him so freely. The summons came on a Tuesday morning in late August, delivered by a goblin messenger whose formal bearing suggested that the matter at hand was of considerable importance. Harry had been practicing advanced levitation charms under Iron's guidance, with Ember perched nearby, offering encouragement through soft trills, and Luna observing from her favorite sunny spot on the windowsill. "Master Potter," the messenger said, inclining his head with the precise respect that marked formal goblin communications. "Director Ragnarok requests your immediate presence in his private office. The matter pertains to recent discoveries regarding your financial and legal circumstances." Harry exchanged glances with Iron, both of them recognizing that such formal language suggested revelations that would likely prove significant. Over the past several weeks, Harry had grown comfortable with the routine of his magical education and the developing bonds with his familiar companions. But he had always known that the larger questions surrounding his guardianship and inheritance remained unresolved. As they made their way through the corridors of Gringotts toward Director Ragnarok's office, Harry found himself thinking about the investigations he knew had been ongoing. Goblin auditors had been examining years of financial records, legal experts had been researching the circumstances of his placement with the Dursleys, and healers had been documenting the evidence of abuse and neglect that his body still carried, despite weeks of magical treatment. Director Ragnarok's office was occupied not just by the Goblin Director himself, but by several other figures whose presence suggested that whatever they were about to discuss had implications far beyond Harry's personal circumstances. Healer Brightstone stood near the window, her expression grave, while a wizard Harry did not recognize sat across from Director Ragnarok's desk with the bearing of someone accustomed to positions of authority. "Master Potter," Director Ragnarok said, rising from his chair with movements that spoke of barely contained anger. "Please be seated. What we must discuss today will be difficult to hear, but it concerns truths that have been hidden from you for far too long." Harry settled into the chair that had been provided for him, aware that Ember had moved from her usual perch to his shoulder, her presence offering comfort and strength through their bond. Luna positioned herself at his feet, her intelligent eyes reflecting awareness that something significant was about to unfold. The wizard Harry did not recognize leaned forward, his expression carrying the particular gravity of someone about to deliver unpleasant news. "Mr. Potter," he said, his voice professionally neutral, "I am Aura Kingsley Shacklebolt from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I have been investigating the circumstances of your placement with your relatives and the subsequent management of your affairs." Harry nodded, sensing that whatever Aura Shacklebolt was about to reveal would reshape his understanding of the forces that had shaped his life. "What we have discovered," Aura Shacklebolt continued, "is evidence of systematic fraud, negligence, and possible criminal conspiracy involving multiple individuals who were entrusted with your welfare and protection." The words hung in the air like physical objects, heavy with implications that Harry was only beginning to comprehend. Director Ragnarok spread several documents across his desk, each one marked with official seals and stamps that spoke of legal significance. "The financial records tell a clear story," Director Ragnarok said, his voice tight with controlled fury. "Professor Dumbledore has been withdrawing funds from your trust vault monthly since your placement with the Dursleys, ostensibly for your care, education, and general welfare." He gestured toward one particular document that seemed to contain columns of figures spanning several years. The amounts withdrawn would have been sufficient to support a family of 4 in considerable comfort, he continued. Housing, food, clothing, medical care, private tutoring, everything that a magical child would require for proper development. Perhaps this situation could provide the impetus for implementing such a program immediately, rather than waiting for bureaucratic approval. The idea was intriguing enough to make Madame Maxime pause in her consideration of Harry's security requirements. A mobile academy program would indeed provide superior protection while allowing Harry to continue his specialized education. And it would demonstrate international cooperation in protecting young wizards from dark forces. As the adults continued their planning, Harry found himself both excited by the possibility of expanded educational opportunities and worried about the escalating complexity of security measures required to keep him safe. It seemed that no matter how far he traveled or how carefully he tried to build a normal life, the shadow of Voldemort's interest would always complicate his choices and endanger those who tried to help him. The phoenix fire in his chest stirred restlessly as he contemplated the future that was taking shape around him. He was no longer simply a student trying to master unusual magical abilities. He was becoming a strategic asset in a conflict that would determine the future of the magical world, whether he wanted that responsibility or not. Looking out the windows of Madame Maxime's office toward the grounds where Death Eaters had recently conducted surveillance operations, Harry realized that his childhood was ending more quickly than he had expected. The boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs was disappearing, replaced by someone who would need to be strong enough to face whatever darkness awaited him. The transformation was both necessary and deeply sad, marking the end of innocence he had only recently discovered, and the beginning of responsibilities he wasn't sure he was ready to accept. The morning mist clung to the ancient stones of the Phoenix Academy Research Facility, like ethereal fingers, creating an atmosphere that seemed perfectly suited to the extraordinary magical education taking place within its walls. Located in a hidden valley between France and Switzerland, accessible only through carefully monitored portkey networks, the facility represented the International Confederation of Wizards' most ambitious project in centuries. Here, young wizards and witches with the rarest magical inheritances gathered to study under masters who understood abilities that defied conventional magical education. Harry Potter stood at the edge of the Academy's central courtyard, watching as his fellow students prepared for their morning transformation exercises. 3 months had passed since the Death Eater surveillance at Beauxbatons had prompted this revolutionary change in his educational arrangements, and the Mobile Academy concept had exceeded everyone's expectations for both security and academic excellence. The students assembled around him represented a collection of magical gifts so rare that many theoretical texts claimed such abilities were merely legend. Gabriel Delacour was demonstrating his latest breakthrough in draconic communication with a juvenile Hungarian horntail that regarded him with the sort of respectful attention usually reserved for elder dragons. Nearby, Victor Crumb practiced advanced metamorphmagus techniques that allowed him to shift not just his appearance, but his magical signature itself, making him effectively invisible to most forms of magical detection. Most impressive of all was Fleur Delacour, whose Vila heritage had developed far beyond simple charm effects under the guidance of Professor Sylvain, the Academy's specialist in ancient humanoid magical bloodlines, when Fleur focused her abilities with conscious intent. She could create illusions so powerful that they affected reality itself, weaving dreams and desires into tangible magical constructs that persisted long after her concentration ended. "Your control continues to improve remarkably," Professor Beaumont observed, as he approached Harry with the sort of satisfied expression that suggested exceptional progress in a promising student. "Today we shall attempt the most advanced Phoenix magic technique in our curriculum. Are you prepared to explore the healing applications of your abilities?" Harry nodded with confidence, born of months of successful magical development. The boy who had accidentally destroyed the Dursley kitchen in an uncontrolled transformation had been replaced by a young wizard who could shift between human and phoenix form as easily as breathing, generating phoenix fire with precision that amazed even his instructors. "The healing magic will be different from anything you have practiced before," Professor Beaumont continued as they moved toward the Academy's medical training facility. "Phoenix tears have the power to cure injuries and ailments that resist all other forms of magical healing, but accessing that ability requires emotional depth. That can be difficult for young wizards to achieve safely." The medical facility was designed specifically for training in advanced healing arts, with comfortable beds surrounded by monitoring equipment that could track the most subtle magical interactions between healer and patient. Today's volunteer patient was Remy Dubois, a third-year student whose giant blood heritage made him extraordinarily resilient, but also prone to magical ailments that conventional healing couldn't address effectively. "Bonjour, Harry," Remy said cheerfully as Harry approached his bedside. His massive frame made the reinforced medical bed look almost delicate, but his smile was warm and encouraging. "I hope your phoenix magic can help with this magical fever. The regular healers say they have never seen anything like it. The fever that affected Remy was indeed unusual, a condition caused by his giant blood heritage conflicting with the intensive magical education he was receiving. His magical core was literally overheating from the strain of learning spells designed for normal wizard physiology, creating symptoms that could potentially be fatal if left untreated. Phoenix tears have unique properties for cooling magical cores that have become overcharged," Professor Beaumont explained, as Harry settled into the chair beside Remy's bed. "But to produce tears with healing properties, you must access the Phoenix magic's connection to empathy and compassion rather than power and protection." Harry closed his eyes and reached inward toward the phoenix fire that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. But instead of focusing on the burning intensity he associated with transformation or combat applications, he tried to find the gentler aspects of his abilities that Professor Beaumont had described in their theoretical studies. The shift in his magical focus was immediately apparent to everyone in the room. Rather than the brilliant scarlet and gold flames that accompanied his usual phoenix magic, Harry began to glow with softer light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with his compassionate concern for Remy's suffering. When he opened his eyes, they shimmered with unshed tears that caught the light like liquid diamonds. "Magnifique," Professor Beaumont whispered, clearly awed by the display. The healing transformation is much more difficult to achieve than combat magic because it requires complete vulnerability and emotional openness. As the first phoenix tear fell from Harry's eye onto Remy's fevered forehead, the effect was immediate and dramatic. The giant blood student's flushed skin returned to normal color. His labored breathing eased, and the magical monitors showed his core temperature dropping rapidly toward safe levels. More remarkably, the tear seemed to spread across Remy's skin like liquid starlight, seeking out and healing minor injuries and magical strain throughout his entire system. "How do you feel, Remy?" Fleur asked softly, having entered the medical facility with several other students who had been drawn by the unprecedented magical display. "Like I've been reborn," Remy replied with wonder, sitting up in bed with obvious amazement at his complete recovery. "The fever is completely gone, and I feel stronger than I have in months." Professor Beaumont was taking detailed notes on his observations, clearly recognizing the significance of what they had just witnessed. This level of healing ability in someone so young is extraordinary. Most Phoenix magic specialists require decades of training to access the compassionate aspects of their inheritance. Harry wiped the remaining tears from his eyes, feeling simultaneously drained and energized by the healing experience. Using his Phoenix abilities to help, rather than simply demonstrate power, felt like discovering an entirely new aspect of his magical identity, one that resonated with his deepest values and aspirations. The success of the healing exercise led to an impromptu celebration in the Academy's common room that evening, where students from a dozen different magical backgrounds shared stories and demonstrated their unique abilities in an atmosphere of mutual support and admiration. Harry found himself at the center of attention, not because of his fame as the boy who lived, but because of his genuine friendships and growing reputation as someone who used his exceptional abilities to protect and help others. Victor Crumb approached him with a bottle of butterbeer and the sort of respectful nod that suggested genuine appreciation for Harry's magical development. "Your healing magic today was impressive," he said in his heavily accented English. "In Bulgaria, we have legends of Phoenix healers who could cure entire armies after great battles. Perhaps such stories were not merely myths after all. The idea that his abilities might connect him to legendary figures from magical history was both thrilling and slightly overwhelming. Harry had begun to understand that his Phoenix inheritance placed him in a lineage of magical protectors stretching back centuries. But the full implications of that heritage were still becoming clear. Fleur settled beside him on the comfortable sofa near the fireplace, her Vila heritage creating a subtle warmth that complemented the phoenix fire in Harry's chest. "You looked different during the healing," she observed thoughtfully. "More yourself, somehow, as if using your abilities to help others brings out your true nature." Her insight was remarkably perceptive, touching on something Harry had felt but hadn't been able to articulate. The healing magic had felt more natural and authentic than any other application of his Phoenix abilities, as if compassion was the intended purpose of his inheritance rather than combat or self-defense. Professor Beaumont approached their group with obvious excitement, barely contained beneath his usual academic composure. "Harry, I've been consulting with the other masters about your progress, and we believe you may be ready for the next stage of Phoenix magic development." The announcement drew the attention of every student in the common room, as Harry's advancement had become a source of pride for the entire Academy community. His success in mastering Phoenix abilities reflected well on the experimental educational program, and validated the International Confederation's investment in specialized instruction for students with rare, magical inheritances. "What kind of next stage?" Harry asked, though he felt the phoenix fire in his chest responding to Professor Beaumont's excitement with eager anticipation. "Tomorrow you will begin training with the Romanian Dragon Reserve's most experienced handlers," Professor Beaumont explained. "Phoenix magic has unique applications in magical creature protection and conservation, and the Reserve has requested our assistance with several situations that require your specific abilities." The prospect of working with dragons in their natural habitat was both thrilling and intimidating. Harry had enjoyed his communication exercises with Gabriel's Welsh Green, but wild dragons represented an entirely different level of challenge and potential danger. Gabriel Delacour looked up from his own conversation with obvious interest. "The Romanian Reserve. As some of the most magnificent dragons in Europe," he said eagerly. "If Professor Beaumont thinks you are ready for field walk, then you must have progressed even further than I realized." Fleur's expression showed a mixture of pride in Harry's advancement and concern for the risks involved in dragon conservation work. "The Reserve can be dangerous even for experienced professionals," she said carefully. "Are you certain this training is appropriate for someone still developing their abilities?" Professor Beaumont's smile carried reassurance, mixed with confidence in Harry's readiness for advanced challenges. "The Reserve's specialists have been consulted extensively, and they believe Harry's phoenix abilities could revolutionize magical creature conservation efforts. More importantly, the training will take place under the most stringent safety protocols and with the constant supervision of master dragon handlers." As the evening continued with planning and preparation for Harry's upcoming field experience, he found himself reflecting on how dramatically his life had changed since his accidental transformation in the Dursley kitchen. The frightened, abused child who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs had been replaced by a confident young wizard whose abilities were sought after by international magical conservation organizations. The next morning brought Harry's first glimpse of the Romanian Dragon Reserve, a vast protected area nestled in the Carpathian Mountains, where some of Europe's most magnificent dragons lived under the careful stewardship of the world's most experienced handlers. The Reserve's facilities were impressive in their combination of cutting-edge magical research equipment and traditional dragon-keeping techniques that had been refined over centuries. Charlie Weasley, the Reserve's lead handler, met them at the portkey arrival point with the sort of enthusiastic welcome that suggested genuine excitement about working with Harry's unique abilities. The resemblance to his youngest brother was immediately apparent, though Charlie carried himself with the confident authority of someone who had earned the respect of creatures that could incinerate him with a careless sneeze. "Harry Potter," Charlie said warmly, extending a scarred hand in greeting. "I've heard remarkable things about your phoenix abilities from the Academy Masters. We're hoping you might be able to help us with some conservation challenges that have been stumping our usual approaches." As they walked toward the Reserve's main facility, Charlie explained the specific situations where phoenix magic might prove invaluable. Several dragons in their care were suffering from magical ailments that resisted conventional healing, while others had been traumatized by encounters with dark wizards and needed specialized therapeutic intervention. Most intriguingly, the Reserve had recently acquired custody of a phoenix that had been abused by dark magic researchers, leaving the magnificent bird unable to complete its natural burning and rebirth cycle. Traditional phoenix rehabilitation techniques had proven ineffective, and the creature was slowly dying from its inability to renew itself. "We're hoping that your phoenix heritage might allow you to communicate with her in ways that we cannot," Charlie explained, as they approached an isolated enclosure surrounded by the most powerful protective wards Harry had ever seen. "She's been with us for 3 months, and despite our best efforts, she continues to deteriorate." The phoenix in the enclosure was heartbreaking to observe. Where Harry's transformation produced a bird of magnificent scarlet and gold plumage that seemed to burn with inner starlight. This creature's feathers were dull and lifeless, her eyes clouded with pain and despair. She huddled in the corner of her spacious habitat, making no attempt to sing or fly, despite the comfortable environment the handlers had provided. "How terrible," Fleur whispered, her Vila heritage making her particularly sensitive to the phoenix's emotional distress. "What did they do to her?" Charlie's expression darkened, with the sort of controlled anger that suggested personal investment in the phoenix's welfare. The dark wizards who had her were experimenting with ways to prevent phoenix rebirth while harvesting tears and feathers continuously. They kept her in a state of constant partial burning without allowing the renewal cycle to complete. The cruelty of such treatment was staggering, representing a level of calculated torture that made Harry's phoenix fire respond with protective fury. He could feel his magic reaching out toward the injured phoenix with instinctive recognition of kinship and a desperate desire to provide comfort and healing. "Can I go in with her?" Harry asked, already knowing that direct contact would be necessary for any meaningful therapeutic intervention. Charlie hesitated, clearly weighing the potential benefits against the risks of exposing Harry to a traumatized magical creature of immense power. "She hasn't shown aggression toward any of our handlers, but phoenix magic can be unpredictable when the bird is distressed. Are you confident in your control if she reacts badly to your presence?" Harry considered the question seriously, assessing his own magical development and the safety protocols he had learned during his months at the Phoenix Academy. "My control is much better than it was, and I think she needs help more than she needs isolation. The process of entering the Phoenix enclosure required extensive safety preparations, including emergency portkeys and magical monitoring equipment that would allow Charlie and his team to intervene immediately if the situation became dangerous. But when Harry finally stood face to face with the injured phoenix, her reaction was immediate and heartbreaking. The magnificent bird looked up at him with eyes that suddenly blazed with desperate hope, and her damaged voice produced a sound that was part song and part cry for help. She recognized him as kindred, someone who might understand the depth of her suffering in ways that normal wizards could not. Harry allowed his own phoenix magic to manifest as a gentle aura rather than full transformation, creating an environment of warmth and understanding that seemed to ease the injured bird's distress. When he extended his hand toward her, she approached with tentative trust that gradually grew stronger as she sensed his genuine desire to help rather than exploit her abilities. The communication that developed between them was unlike anything Harry had experienced before. Rather than words or images, they shared emotions and magical resonances that conveyed meaning more directly than any conventional language. Through this connection, Harry began to understand the full extent of the torture she had endured and the magical damage that prevented her natural renewal cycle. Most importantly, he realized that her healing would require more than magical intervention. She needed to regain her faith in the possibility of renewal and rebirth, concepts that had been systematically corrupted by her abusers. The phoenix fire within Harry responded to this understanding by shifting into healing mode, producing tears that glowed with the same gentle starlight he had used to cure Remy's magical fever. As Harry's tears fell onto the injured phoenix's damaged feathers, the effect was gradual but unmistakable. Color began to return to her plumage, and her clouded eyes cleared with returning vitality. More importantly, the despair that had surrounded her like a dark aura began to lift, replaced by something that might eventually become hope. The healing process took several hours and left Harry emotionally and magically exhausted, but the results were extraordinary. By evening, the phoenix had regained enough strength to attempt her first song in months, a hauntingly beautiful melody that carried echoes of suffering overcome and renewal reclaimed. "That was incredible," Professor Beaumont said, quietly, as they watched the phoenix spread her newly vibrant wings in a tentative test of her returning abilities. "I've never seen such a complete recovery from that level of magical trauma." Charlie nodded with obvious amazement and professional respect for Harry's achievement. "In 15 years of dragon and phoenix conservation work, I've never seen anything like it. You didn't just heal her physical injuries, you restored her essential phoenix nature. As they prepared to return to the academy that evening, Harry reflected on how the day had changed his understanding of his own abilities and responsibilities. The phoenix magic he carried was more than simply a rare inheritance or useful skill. It was a gift that came with obligations to protect and heal, to stand against the forces that sought to corrupt or destroy the magical world's most vulnerable creatures. Fleur walked beside him through the reserve's gardens, her presence providing comfort and companionship as he processed the emotional intensity of the day's experiences. "You were magnificent today," she said softly. "That phoenix owes her life to your compassion and courage." The praise felt both meaningful and overwhelming, carrying implications about Harry's future role in the magical world that he was only beginning to understand. Every successful use of his abilities seemed to increase expectations and responsibilities that sometimes felt too large for someone who had only recently learned he was a wizard. But as they returned to the academy, where his friends and mentors waited to hear about his first conservation mission, Harry felt the phoenix fire in his chest settle into warm contentment. For the first time in his life, he was using his abilities exactly as they were meant to be used, protecting those who couldn't protect themselves and bringing healing to a world that desperately needed both. The boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs was gone forever, replaced by someone who was becoming worthy of the phoenix inheritance he had been given. The transformation was ongoing and sometimes difficult, but it felt authentic in ways that made every challenge worthwhile. Tomorrow would bring new lessons and greater responsibilities, but tonight Harry was content to be surrounded by friends who understood and appreciated the person he was becoming. The emergency alarm that shattered the peaceful morning at the Phoenix Academy carried a magical resonance that made every student with exceptional abilities freeze in recognition of genuine danger. Harry Potter looked up from his advanced fire magic textbook as the protective wards around the academy campus began to pulse with warning light, their usual gentle shimmer replaced by the harsh crimson glow that indicated an active breach of the facility's security perimeter. Professor Beaumont burst into the study hall where Harry had been working with Fleur and Victor on collaborative magical theory, his usually composed demeanor replaced by urgent intensity that made it clear this was no drill or training exercise. "Everyone must evacuate to the secure portkey stations immediately," he announced, his French accent thickening with stress. "We have confirmed Death Eater presence on Academy grounds, and this appears to be a coordinated assault rather than mere reconnaissance." The words sent ice through Harry's veins as he realized that his presence at the Academy had finally drawn Voldemort's followers into open action. Despite all the precautions and international protections, the Death Eaters had found a way to breach the facility's defenses and were now threatening everyone he cared about. Fleur grabbed Harry's arm with protective instinct, her Vila heritage manifesting as a subtle aura of power that made the air around her shimmer with heat. "We must get you to safety before Zay can reach the main buildings," she said urgently, though her eyes held determination rather than fear. But Harry was already shaking his head, feeling the phoenix fire in his chest respond to the threat with burning intensity that demanded action rather than retreat. "If they're here because of me, then running away will just put everyone else in more danger. I need to help defend the Academy." Professor Beaumont's expression showed conflict between his protective instincts and recognition that Harry's abilities might be crucial for repelling an attack by dark wizards. The protocols require all students to evacuate during security breaches, but your phoenix magic could indeed be vital for protecting Zeozers who cannot defend themselves as effectively. Through the study hall windows, they could see dark figures moving between the academy buildings with the sort of coordinated precision that suggested military training and extensive preparation. The Death Eaters had clearly studied the facility's layout and were implementing a strategic assault designed to overwhelm the Academy's defenses through multiple simultaneous attacks. Victor Crumb appeared at Harry's side, his metamorphmagus abilities already shifting his appearance towards something more intimidating and combat-ready. If Harry stays to fight, "Then so do I," he declared with the sort of determined loyalty that had made him a champion athlete despite his young age. For cannot abandon friends when they face danger. Before Professor Beaumont could object, the sound of magical combat erupted from the direction of the Academy's main entrance. Spells crashed against protective barriers with explosive force that shook the ancient stones of the facility, while the distinctive green light of killing curses painted the morning shadows with deadly brilliance. Professor Sylvain's voice echoed through the Academy's magical communication system with urgent instructions for faculty and students. All staff to defensive positions. Advanced students with combat training report to section leaders. Priority protection for Phoenix research facilities and special collections. The mention of Phoenix research facilities made Harry's blood run cold as he realized the Death Eaters might be targeting more than just his capture. The Academy housed centuries of accumulated knowledge about Phoenix magic and other rare abilities, information that could prove catastrophic in the wrong hands. "They're after the research archives," Harry said with sudden understanding. "If Voldemort gets access to everything we've learned about Phoenix magic and other bloodline abilities, he'll be able to counter them or possibly steal them for his own use." Professor Beaumont nodded grimly at Harry's assessment. "Z archives contain detailed studies of every rare magical inheritance documented in the past 5 centuries. Such knowledge would indeed be invaluable to a dark wizard seeking to eliminate potential threats to his dominance." As they moved toward the Academy's defensive positions, Harry caught his first glimpse of the Death Eaters who had infiltrated the grounds. The attacking force was larger and more sophisticated than he had expected, with at least a dozen dark wizards coordinating their assault through magical communication devices that allowed them to respond instantly to the Academy's defensive measures. Leading the attack was Bellatrix Lestrange herself, her wild hair streaming behind her as she carved a path of destruction through the Academy's outer defenses. Her magic was raw and vicious, designed to cause maximum terror and damage rather than achieving specific tactical objectives. But even more concerning was the presence of Antonin Dolohov, whose reputation for strategic brilliance made him one of Voldemort's most dangerous lieutenants. "They are not here simply to capture you," Fleur observed with the sort of tactical insight that came from growing up in a family with extensive aura connections. "This level of organization suggests they intend to destroy the Academy entirely and eliminate everyone who might pose a future threat." The realization that his friends and mentors were in mortal danger because of their association with him filled Harry with a rage that made his phoenix fire blaze with intensity beyond anything he had experienced before. The flames that began to surround him were not the gentle healing light he had used with injured creatures, but the purifying fire that his ancestor Ignotus had described as capable of burning away the darkest forms of corruption. "Harry," Professor Beaumont said with obvious concern as he recognized the shift in Harry's magical aura, "you must maintain control. Phoenix fire in combat requires precision rather than raw power, or you risk destroying everything around you, including the people you are trying to protect." But controlling the fire was becoming increasingly difficult as Harry witnessed the destruction being visited upon the Academy that had become his second home. Through the windows, he could see Death Eaters systematically destroying research facilities and attacking students who had become more than classmates, but genuine friends united by their shared experiences as magical outsiders. Gabriel Delacour appeared in the hallway, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by grim determination as he led a small dragon toward the main combat zone. "Ember and her mate Flame have agreed to help defend the Academy," he reported breathlessly. "But they say the Death Eaters have brought anti-dragon wards. That will make it difficult for them to use their full abilities." The tactical sophistication of the Death Eater assault was becoming more apparent with each passing minute. This was not a random attack or opportunistic raid, but a carefully planned operation designed to neutralize the Academy's most powerful defenses while achieving multiple strategic objectives simultaneously. Victor had been monitoring the battle through his Metamorphmagus-enhanced senses, and his report was deeply troubling. "They have divided into 3 main groups," he announced. "One is attacking the faculty quarters to eliminate the professors, another is targeting the research archives, and the third appears to be moving directly towards this building, where they believe Harry is located." The trap was becoming clear. The Death Eaters were using Harry's protective instincts against him, knowing that he would refuse to evacuate while his friends remained in danger. By creating multiple crisis situations simultaneously, they were forcing him to choose between his own safety and the lives of people he cared about. Professor Beaumont was clearly struggling with protocols that required him to prioritize Harry's safety above all other considerations, while recognizing that the Academy's survival might depend on Harry's active participation in its defense. The International Confederation's instructions are explicit about your protection, but the current circumstances appear to require flexible interpretation of those orders. Harry made the decision for him by moving toward the window where he could observe the Death Eater assault on the research archives. The sight of Bellatrix Lestrange systematically destroying centuries of accumulated knowledge about magical creature conservation and bloodline protection filled him with determination that overrode all concerns about personal safety. "I'm not running away while people die trying to protect research that could save lives," Harry declared, feeling his phoenix magic respond to his moral clarity with increased power and control. If the Death Eaters want to fight phoenix magic, then they're about to learn what that really means. Before anyone could stop him, Harry moved to the study hall's balcony and began the transformation that had become as natural as breathing. But this time, the change carried emotional weight and righteous anger that elevated his abilities far beyond anything he had achieved during training exercises. The phoenix that emerged from the transformation was magnificent beyond anything his instructors had seen before, easily twice the size of his usual form, with feathers that burned with starlight intensity. When Harry spread his wings, the span was enormous enough to cast shadows across the entire courtyard, and his cry carried harmonics that seemed to resonate in the very stones of the Academy buildings. The effect on the Death Eater assault was immediate and dramatic. Bellatrix Lestrange looked up from her destruction of the archives with an expression that shifted from sadistic pleasure to something approaching fear as she realized that the phoenix magic she had been sent to neutralize was far more powerful than Voldemort had anticipated. "Magnificent," she called out, with the sort of manic appreciation that characterized her approach to both beauty and violence. "Let us see if their legendary Phoenix Guard abilities can withstand the full fury of the Dark Lord's most devoted servants." The battle that followed would be remembered in magical history texts as the first documented combat between fully realized Phoenix magic and organized dark wizardry in over 2 centuries. Harry discovered that his Phoenix form possessed abilities that had never been revealed during training, including the capacity to generate protective barriers of purifying fire that could shield multiple targets simultaneously. When Dolohov launched a killing curse toward a group of trapped students, Harry intercepted it with wings that turned the deadly green light into harmless sparks. When Bellatrix attempted to use Fiendfire to destroy the research archives, Harry's Phoenix Song created counter-harmonics that contained and neutralized the cursed flames before they could spread. Most importantly, Harry found that his healing abilities could be projected at range during combat, allowing him to tend to injured defenders without leaving his position in the aerial battle. Phoenix tears fell like liquid starlight onto wounded faculty and students, restoring them to fighting capability faster than the Death Eaters could adapt their tactics. "This is impossible," Dolohov snarled as his carefully planned assault began to crumble in the face of Phoenix magic that exceeded every theoretical limitation documented in dark arts research. The boy should not possess this level of mastery at his age. But Harry was discovering that Phoenix magic responded to moral conviction and protective necessity in ways that transcended normal magical development patterns. Every spell he deflected, and every person he healed seemed to increase his power rather than depleting it, as if the magic itself drew strength from being used for its intended purpose. Fleur had taken position on a nearby tower, where her Velar abilities could complement Harry's Phoenix magic by creating illusions that confused the Death Eater targeting systems. Her false images of Harry diverted deadly spells away from his actual position, while her emotional influence magic disrupted the coordination between attacking dark wizards. Victor was using his Metamorph Magus abilities to appear as multiple different defenders in different locations, making the Academy's resistance seem larger and more organized than the Death Eaters had prepared for. His shape-shifting created tactical advantages that allowed Professor Beaumont and the other faculty members to implement defensive strategies that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. But the turning point in the battle came when Harry realized that his Phoenix Fire possessed the ability to purify dark magical objects and enchantments at their source. Rather than simply defending against the Death Eaters' attacks, he could actively cleanse the corruption from their weapons and artifacts. When Harry focused his purifying flames on Bellatrix Lestrange's wand, the ancient wood began to smoke and crack as centuries of accumulated dark magic were burned away. Her expression of manic confidence transformed into genuine panic as she realized her primary magical focus was being systematically cleansed of the enhancements that made her such a formidable combatant. "No!" she screamed, recognizing that the loss of her specially corrupted wand would leave her virtually defenseless against opponents with pure magical foci. You cannot simply burn away the powers that took decades to accumulate, but Harry was already extending his purification abilities toward the other Death Eaters, systematically cleansing their weapons and protective artifacts of the dark enchantments that made them dangerous. Without their corrupted magical foci, the attacking dark wizards found their spells weakening and their protective wards failing. "Retreat!" Dolohov commanded, as he realized the strategic situation had become untenable. The mission parameters did not account for this level of Phoenix development. We must report this intelligence to the Dark Lord and await new instructions. The Death Eater's withdrawal was swift and organized, but Harry was not content to simply allow them to escape and report on the Academy's defenses. As they attempted to activate their emergency portkeys, he discovered that Phoenix Flame travel could interfere with other forms of magical transportation. Where Harry willed it, the space around the fleeing Death Eaters became saturated with purifying fire that made their dark magic transportation methods unreliable and dangerous. Several of the attacking wizards found their portkeys failing entirely, leaving them stranded on Academy grounds where they could be captured by the arriving aura reinforcements. Bellatrix managed to escape through sheer desperation and willingness to risk potentially fatal magical transportation, but not before Harry had permanently damaged her primary wand and several of her most precious dark artifacts. Her parting glare promised future vengeance, but also carried recognition that she was no longer dealing with a helpless child, but with a formidable magical opponent. As the immediate danger passed and Harry returned to human form, the full scope of what had occurred began to sink in. He had not simply defended the Academy, but had demonstrated Phoenix abilities that fundamentally changed the strategic balance between the forces of light and darkness in the magical world. Professor Beaumont approached him with an expression that mixed awe with deep concern for the implications of what they had witnessed. "Harry, what you accomplished today goes far beyond anything documented in Phoenix magic research. You did not simply use your abilities defensively, but actively purified dark magic at its source." The realization that he possessed the power to cleanse corruption rather than merely protect against it was both thrilling and deeply sobering. Harry understood that this demonstration would inevitably reach Voldemort himself, escalating their conflict beyond anything he had prepared for. Fleur appeared at his side, her Velar heritage making her particularly sensitive to the profound magical changes that had occurred during the battle. "You are different now," she observed softly. "The combat as awakened aspects of your Phoenix magic Zat were dormant before today." Victor nodded in agreement, his metamorphmagus abilities allowing him to perceive magical auras with unusual clarity. "The power around you has stabilized at a much higher level than before the battle," he noted. "It seems that using Phoenix magic in its intended role has permanently enhanced your capabilities." As the Academy faculty worked to assess the damage and tend to the wounded, Harry found himself grappling with the knowledge that he was no longer simply a student learning to control unusual abilities. The boy who had accidentally burned down the Dursley kitchen had become someone capable of challenging the darkest wizards in the world through the purifying power of Phoenix fire. The transformation was complete and irreversible, marking his emergence as a true Phoenix Guard in the ancient tradition of his magical lineage. But with that emergence came responsibilities and dangers that would shape every aspect of his future in the magical world. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and greater expectations. But tonight Harry was content to be surrounded by friends who had fought beside him and survived to continue their shared journey toward mastering the most extraordinary magical gifts their world had ever known. The battle was won, but the war was just beginning. The emergency session of the International Confederation of Wizards convened in the ancient chambers beneath the Swiss Alps, where magical representatives from 43 nations gathered to address what was rapidly becoming the most significant threat to global magical security in centuries. The attack on the Phoenix Academy had shattered any illusion that Lord Voldemort's return could be contained within British magical borders, and the implications of Harry Potter's demonstrated abilities were forcing a complete re-evaluation of international magical defense strategies. Harry stood at the center of the vast circular chamber, still processing the surreal experience of being asked to address the most powerful magical authorities in the world. 6 months ago, he had been living in a cupboard under the stairs, and now government officials from every major magical nation were seeking his input on how to coordinate their response to the greatest dark wizard of the age. The chamber itself was a masterpiece of magical architecture, with walls that displayed real-time images from magical communities around the world, and a ceiling that showed the current magical weather patterns across 6 continents. The assembled delegates represented not just governments, but ancient magical families, creature rights organizations, and research institutions that had been studying dark magic countermeasures for centuries. Minister Clearwater of the British Ministry of Magic was presenting her report on recent Death Eater activities when Harry's attention was drawn to the delegation from Japan, where an elderly wizard in traditional robes was studying him with the sort of intense interest that suggested recognition of something significant. The Japanese delegate rose with fluid grace and addressed the assembly in accented but precise English. "Honorable colleagues, I am Takeshi Nakamura of the Imperial Magical Council of Japan. Our archives contain extensive documentation of Phoenix Guard magic from the era when such abilities were more common in the Far East. If I may be permitted to examine young Master Potter's magical signature, I believe I can provide crucial intelligence about the full scope of his potential development." The request caused a stir among the assembled delegates, as magical signature examination was typically reserved for the most serious criminal investigations or international security assessments. But the circumstances were extraordinary enough that normal protocols were being suspended in favor of gathering any information that might prove tactically valuable. Harry looked to Professor McGonagall, who had accompanied him to the emergency session, along with Augusta Longbottom and several other British magical authorities. Her nod of encouragement gave him the confidence to agree to what felt like a deeply personal magical intrusion. Minister Nakamura approached with the sort of respectful ceremony that suggested this was as much ritual as examination. When he extended his wand toward Harry and began the complex scanning spells, the reaction was immediate and dramatic. Golden light erupted from Harry's position, filling the chamber with Phoenix song that seemed to resonate in the very stones of the ancient building. "Extraordinary," Minister Nakamura whispered, his usual diplomatic composure replaced by obvious awe. "The magical signature shows not just Phoenix Guard inheritance, but active connection to the celestial phoenix realm itself. Such development typically requires decades of meditation and spiritual preparation. He turned to address the assembly, his expression grave with the implications of his findings. Esteemed colleagues, Master Potter's abilities have progressed far beyond what our historical records suggest should be possible at his age. He is not simply a Phoenix Guard inheritor, learning to control his gifts. He has become a conduit for Phoenix magic itself, capable of channeling power directly from the source rather than merely accessing inherited bloodline abilities. The revelation sent murmurs of amazement and concern through the assembled delegates. Madame Bones of the British Magical Law Enforcement Department leaned forward with obvious interest in the tactical implications. Minister Nakamura, can you clarify what this means for our defensive capabilities against Lord Voldemort's forces? Minister Nakamura's response was measured, but carried undertones of profound significance. In our most ancient texts, such individuals are described as celestial guardians, beings capable of purifying corrupted magic at its fundamental level. They do not merely oppose dark magic through superior force, but can actually cleanse corruption from magical sources, artifacts, and even souls that have been tainted by dark arts. The implications were staggering. If Harry possessed the ability to purify corrupted souls, then he might represent the first genuine hope for defeating Voldemort permanently, rather than simply driving him into temporary retreat. The assembled delegates recognized that they were no longer discussing conventional magical warfare, but something approaching a spiritual conflict between the forces of renewal and decay. Director Delacour of the French Magical Defense Ministry rose to address the assembly, her resemblance to Fleur immediately apparent despite the formal robes of office. The attack on the Phoenix Academy demonstrated that Lord Voldemort views Master Potter's development as an existential threat to his objectives. We must assume that future attacks will escalate in both scale and sophistication as the Dark Lord attempts to eliminate this threat before it reaches full maturity. Her assessment was confirmed by intelligence reports from magical security services across Europe, all of which indicated massive recruitment efforts by Death Eater organizations and increased activity by dark creatures that had historically served Voldemort's interests. The magical world was mobilizing for war, but this time the stakes extended beyond political control to the fundamental nature of magic itself. Minister Shacklebolt of the British Aura Department presented tactical assessments that painted a sobering picture of the challenges ahead. Our intelligence suggests that Lord Voldemort has begun experimenting with artificial methods of achieving immortality that do not rely on traditional Horcrux creation. If successful, such methods might prove resistant to conventional destruction techniques. The mention of Horcruxes drew sharp attention from Harry, who had been studying the theoretical aspects of soul magic during his advanced training at the Phoenix Academy. His research had suggested that Phoenix Fire might indeed be capable of cleansing soul fragments that had been separated through dark magic, but the practical applications remained untested. Minister Nakamura noticed Harry's reaction and addressed him directly. Master Potter, our archives contain references to Phoenix Guardians who were able to repair damaged souls by burning away the corruption that separated them from their wholeness. Such abilities would indeed represent the ultimate counter to Horcrux magic. Before Harry could respond, the Chamber's magical monitoring systems activated with urgent alerts from locations around the world. The massive displays showed simultaneous attacks on magical communities in Britain, France, Germany, and Eastern Europe, all bearing the coordinated signature of Death Eater operations. Director Travers of the International Magical Cooperation Department moved to coordinate the response with practiced efficiency. All member nations implement emergency protocols immediately, priority protection for magical schools, research facilities, and government installations. This appears to be the opening phase of a comprehensive assault rather than isolated incidents. As reports poured in from the affected regions, the scale of Voldemort's offensive became clear. This was not simply an attempt to capture or eliminate Harry Potter, but a coordinated campaign to destabilize the entire international magical community before unified resistance could be organized. Most troubling were reports from the British ministry indicating that Voldemort himself had been sighted leading one of the assault teams, suggesting that he was taking personal command of operations rather than relying on his Death Eater lieutenants. The implications for magical security were enormous if the Dark Lord was confident enough to emerge from hiding and engage in direct confrontation. Augusta Longbottom stood to address the assembly with the sort of aristocratic authority that commanded immediate attention. Distinguished colleagues, we face a choice between allowing Lord Voldemort to divide and conquer our individual magical communities, or uniting behind the one weapon we possess that he genuinely fears. Master Potter's abilities represent our best hope for victory, but only if we commit to protecting and supporting his development, rather than simply using him as a tactical asset. Her words sparked intense debate among the delegates, as the political implications of rallying international magical forces around a 9-year-old British wizard were staggering. Some representatives worried about the precedent of placing such enormous responsibility on a child, while others argued that desperate circumstances required extraordinary measures. Minister Nakamura requested permission to address the assembly once more, his expression suggesting he possessed additional intelligence that might influence their deliberations. Honored colleagues, our historical archives contain prophetic references to a time when Phoenix Guardian magic would be required to prevent the complete corruption of magical society itself. The descriptions match current circumstances with remarkable accuracy, suggesting that Master Potter's emergence may represent fulfillment of ancient predictions rather than mere coincidence. He gestured toward Harry with obvious respect for the significance of his presence at the emergency session. The texts describe a young guardian who would arise in the darkest hour, possessing abilities that could burn away corruption not just from individuals, but from the fundamental magical forces that sustain our world. If these prophecies are accurate, then Master Potter's role extends far beyond defeating a single dark wizard to preserving the very nature of magic itself. The weight of such expectations was overwhelming, but Harry found himself responding to the challenge with determination rather than fear. The months of training and successful battles had given him confidence in his abilities that the frightened child in Privet Drive could never have imagined. "I want to help," Harry said, addressing the assembly directly for the first time. His voice carried across the chamber with surprising authority, despite his youth. "But I can't do this alone. If we're really going to stop Voldemort permanently, it has to be something we do together, rather than expecting one person to solve everything." His words seemed to crystallize the debate in favor of international cooperation, as delegate after delegate rose to pledge their nation's support for a coordinated response. The Brazilian Minister of Magic offered access to their Phoenix sanctuaries for advanced training. The Egyptian Department of Ancient Magics provided historical research on celestial guardian techniques. Even traditionally neutral nations like Switzerland agreed to open their most secure facilities for strategic planning and coordination. Director Delacour moved to formalize the emerging alliance with a proposal that would fundamentally reshape international magical cooperation. "I move that we establish the Phoenix Alliance as a formal international organization dedicated to coordinating our response to Lord Voldemort's threat and supporting Master Potter's continued development as our primary strategic asset against dark magic corruption." The motion passed with overwhelming support, marking the first time in magical history that so many nations had united behind a single individual rather than abstract principles or political agreements. Harry found himself appointed as the titular head of an international magical alliance, with advisory councils from each member nation providing guidance and support for strategic decisions. As the session concluded and delegates began implementing emergency protocols in their respective countries, Harry was approached by Minister Nakamura with an offer that would take his education to an entirely new level. Master Potter, the Imperial Council, would be honored to provide specialized training in Celestial Guardian techniques that have been preserved in our archives for over 1,000 years. Such instruction could accelerate your development significantly and provide abilities that Lord Voldemort cannot anticipate or counter. The offer was intriguing, but also represented another major decision about his future that would affect not only his personal development, but the strategic capabilities of the newly formed Phoenix Alliance. Before Harry could respond, Professor McGonagall appeared at his side with the sort of protective authority that had become familiar during his months of international education. "Such training would indeed be valuable," she said diplomatically, "but we must ensure that Harry's development remains balanced between combat capabilities and the emotional stability necessary for making sound decisions under pressure. Perhaps we could arrange for rotating instruction that incorporates multiple magical traditions rather than intensive study in a single system." Her suggestion led to the development of an unprecedented educational program that would take Harry to magical schools and training facilities around the world, studying under masters who specialized in different aspects of Phoenix magic and Celestial Guardian techniques. The program would be coordinated through the Phoenix Alliance and protected by international magical law enforcement agencies working in unprecedented cooperation. Fleur appeared as the delegates began to disperse, her expression mixing pride in Harry's new status with concern for the enormous responsibilities being placed on someone she had come to care about deeply. "You have become the most important person in the magical world," she observed softly. "I hope they remember that you are still a child who deserves happiness and friendship alongside all this destiny nonsense." Her words reminded Harry that, despite his new international status and growing magical abilities, the relationships he had formed remained the most important aspect of his life. The power to purify corruption was meaningless if he lost connection to the people and values that made such power worth wielding in the first place. Victor Crumb approached with obvious excitement about the possibilities opened by international cooperation in magical education. Now they can study together at schools around the Fold, learning techniques that have never been shared between magical cultures. This will make all of us stronger, not just Harry. As they prepared to leave the emergency session and begin implementation of the Phoenix Alliance protocols, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed since that desperate morning in the Dursley kitchen. The accidental transformation that had seemed like a catastrophic loss of control had been the first step in a journey that had led him to become the focal point of international magical cooperation against the darkest forces threatening their world. The boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs was gone forever, replaced by someone who carried the hopes and expectations of magical communities around the globe. The transformation was complete, but the most challenging tests of his abilities and character still lay ahead. Tomorrow would bring new training in ancient magical techniques and preparation for confrontations that would determine not only his own fate, but the future of magic itself. But tonight, Harry was surrounded by friends and allies who would stand with him regardless of what darkness awaited them. The Phoenix Alliance had been born from necessity and desperation, but it represented something unprecedented in magical history, the union of diverse magical traditions behind a common cause that transcended national boundaries and cultural differences. Whether it would prove strong enough to withstand the trials ahead remained to be seen. But for the first time since Voldemort's return became apparent, Harry felt genuinely hopeful about their chances for victory. The war was escalating beyond anything the magical world had previously experienced, but they were no longer fighting as isolated communities, hoping individual strength would prove sufficient. They were united, coordinated, and committed to supporting each other through whatever challenges lay ahead. The real battle for the soul of the magical world was about to begin.